How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Mm. Yeah, we got to figure out. We got to figure out what we're gonna do because apparently he had a warrant and all of that stuff. So, oh my god, oh my god, I'm trying to take off this background. How do I take off the background picture so I can? Hell with it. I've been talking about nothing but court stuff. Like I want to talk about some other stuff because I haven't really been getting into the other stuff. I want to start talking about like the bonds and the securities and all of that stuff. Cause I got books on it. I just haven't had the time to sit down and read it. You know.
And what have you worked on?
You say what?
What all have you worked
As far as I mean, it's just been like my court cases and like everybody court cases and people dealing with court cases, like criminal court cases getting pulled over. Like I'm tired of that now because like I know that is garbage, right? But there's so much more garbage to scoop up off the side of the street. There's so much more. Ah man, it's like,
And most of those people in there, like when they go into the courtroom and stuff like that, like they don't even realize that they're there voluntarily. Like they don't understand this. So the judges are getting all of these bonds off the backside. You know, it's crazy to even listen to court cases now because I just I count the people that are sitting there and I'm like, damn, that was a good day for you, sir. You know.
yeah, it's because like my hearing for my court case, right? Like I sat there and watched them just rifle through at least because they kept me there all that whole day, so I had to watch them clear out the courtroom before they called me up. Because I was there with a bill of particulars and I was challenging jurisdiction. I was doing all the stuff, right? And so they just left me for the end. So I had to sit there on those hard ass wooden pews they have in the audience for like 4, 5, 6 hours and just had to watch them rifle people through just for them to just rifle me through. I mean, because I went up there, I started asking my questions and all of that. I started doing all the YouTube sovereign citizen fail stuff, whatever you want to call it, right? But that's obviously why they left me for the end.
Public, you know,
Huh?
want you to alert the public. So they're
Exactly.
Yeah, they're gonna wait until all the people that are still indoctrinated, that still live in the spirit of illusion, you know, they're gonna deal with them first, make their money, cha-ching, and then come to you. Yeah, and be like, what do you want? You know?
But still rifle you through there. Like they don't want nobody else to see it, but they still gonna just rustle you like it's just they just shoveling the snow, bro. Like you know what I mean?
Well, and I even like, I don't know, I think a lot about like the cops and stuff like that, because like I have cop friends too. And even when I share this kind of stuff with them, it's almost like they don't want to hear it. They don't want to know that there's something else. They feel like they're doing their job to humanity. And I'm like, no, 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 but I need you to spin it just a tad. And I'm not telling you you have to believe me. I just need you to observe it and see it. Make your own decision. Make your own, put it through your head, mull it through your head a couple times, and then you figure it out. But that's my fear because I have private plates and I'm scared to get somebody that's very egotistical, that feels like he, is doing something, or even making an example of me, that kind of stuff. Cause I feel like as this grows and there's more people that are having private tags and stuff like that, I feel like does the sheriff, like the big guy, talk about like, hey, we need to really buckle down on these sovereign citizens, although we know that that's not a word, you know what I'm saying? And then they come after us even more, but they're only following orders, so they don't even know any better, like they haven't done the work or anything like that. So it just, I don't know, that's my fear of getting somebody that is ignorant. And that's, I'm not saying it in a bad way, they're just ignorant, they just don't know this. Yeah.
You're right. My thing, how long have you been riding with private plates?
Since October.
Nice.
Hmm.
So I put private as soon as I got my warrant lifted, I put private plates on. I was like, man, you know what I mean? I did it for like a week and then I took it off because I was like something happened and I just took it off. I was driving with my mom. Like I didn't want my mom to be in the car when I was going through my sovereign citizen thing. And like, and you don't get me wrong. I'm only saying that because that's what all my friends call me. But my mom's in the car.
I would just be scared that they're gonna, I don't know, like as the movement gets bigger, I feel like the head chief of whatever would be like, we really need to crack down on them, and and then they're rougher and tougher with us,
Right.
you know.
Exactly.
Hmm.
I mean, I don't even watch TV no more.
Oh, I don't either.
I've been riding on these tags for the last 3 years and I have no problems.
Been pulled over?
Yes, I got tickets, I got citations. I went to court. I told them, actually, I did some other shit, y'all. Uh, I sent some stuff to the Secretary of State and I sent some stuff to uh, the AG, and now I'm getting remedy on everything, my rent, my utilities. I'm still fucking with them because they acting like they don't understand what the fuck I'm talking about. But none of these 800 numbers are going to know what the fuck you're talking about. You have to get a hold of these indentured trustees that are fucking hiding. They're literally hiding these motherfuckers. But my one of them came just directly to me, and that was because the place I live in is in trust. So the AG contacted them immediately uh, to make sure that my rent was taken care of, because it is. These all of our bills are prepaid. Uh, but the tags, that I get tickets, I have, but I went to court, told them what I said to them, and told them I wasn't contracting with them at the end of the trial and whatever the hell they were trying to do to me, and walked out. Sent a notice of subrogation to them, and the guy they were looking for, which is the all caps birth certificate. I keep like 4 of those on deck to mail out when my guys got to go lay down. That's who lays down for me.
Do you got to like authenticate it and all that stuff?
Nope. I want both of you guys to hit me up on Telegram, and I have all the steps that I went through. I have them all for free. I'll give them to you guys, to everybody listening. I'll give it for free.
The steps for what though? Just going to court?
I can't really. Now it's for everything. This process that you go through, it's just you're setting up an irrevocable trust.
Okay.
That's what you're doing, and that's what they want us to do. It's how you pay your bill. Setting up this revocable trust is the key part. Setting up your business entity is the first step, really. Setting up that business entity with the bank, getting your business entity set up, then setting up your revocable trust. Once you do all that, you'll start sending out all your paperwork that comes with all this. It's all in a packet, ready for you, videos for you to listen to, watch, and do what you got to do. Handle your business.
I've heard that revocable trusts are no good though.
Nah, I'm telling you, you'll have to. It's the sauce on Telegram, and I'll if you add me on there, I'll send you everything I got, and it shows you exactly. You're gonna file a 1099-B after you set up your revocable trust. You're gonna file one of those 1099-Bs on every corporation that has your that is using your social security number, and that's going to send the IRS to audit these motherfuckers and collect all your interest. You have to pay them their tax, but that's okay.
Right, but don't you need their QSIP number to go on that? Because the 1099-B also requires like a QSIP number. Do you need that? Is that important, or can we leave that off?
I would say get it, but everything they're going to find everything. The IRS, if you have a case number, you put the case number in there. They're going to find it, and they're going to go and audit these motherfuckers that are doing us dirty. Like the sheriff or the courts. Because once the IRS goes in, it shows all the fraudulent shit that they're doing.
Yeah, I've thought about even doing old driver's license, because I used to live in Colorado, and you can actually put your, like, for me, I would put my Colorado driver's license in there, because they've been trading and doing all the things with that. Well, I even have my, this is kind of crazy, but I even have my Colorado license from whenever I was under 21. And I know that they've been trading on that since I was 21. I'm 50 now, so I have thought about doing something with that, because I actually have that license where I was under 21.
You can file a 1099-B on your bank and go to your bank, and they'll go audit the your accounts that you have there, and collect all the interest that they have been taking, because they ain't got no money. They use our money to hand out to everybody else and collect interest on it. The IRS will audit them and come and get all your money for you. Every dollar you put in there, you get back times 10 after you go through that process.
But I would also have like your fee schedule lined up too, because if they try to close the account. So even if you put them on notice, I would send that to them too. Like, hey, I just want to let you guys know that I just audited you, and here's my fee schedule. So let's not play games.
Yep. I got my fee schedule already sitting here waiting for a motherfucker to try me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the lady
I got fee schedules too.
Well, and I would just like to tell y'all, I've been following 2 of you in this chat for a long time, and I've learned a lot, and I think it's Leah, like, you're the best. And my identity was stolen really bad. And these people want to hold on, I got to do this real quick, and because something's frozen on my screen. But all right, my identity's been stolen so bad that at work and in my accounting job, I have to run I-9s on people, correct? To see if the government couldn't even tell me who I was in order to run I-9. So my social security number, like I've been fighting this for a year and a half. So I've been following all of you guys, looking at other areas, and did a bunch of research because I got more letters in that I owe somebody from 2017 Forever 21. Y'all, I'm 45. Do you think I shopped at Forever 21? So like,
look, sometimes, girl, sometimes we do go there.
so okay, yeah, okay. You're making me admit shit. Okay, maybe. But like literally, and I was like, well, how much is the charge? And he was like, $600. But I was like, okay, whatever. And I was like, so then I read through, I was like, so I just want to tell you an extension of your credit. I'm the creditor. 15 USX 1602G. I am the creditor. You're a second company. You have nothing to do with any of my credits. I extend credits to the other company. You are a secondary company. And I went through the spill. And by the time I was done, y'all, he goes, oh, I'm sorry. I'm just reading through all my notes. This is expunged. That happened to me today.
Good job.
Yeah, like y'all are like I just want to let you know some of it's working because it worked for me today. So y'all keep it up.
And
I
look,
want to tell you guys.
some of them need to be like small wins. Small wins are good too. You know, those are the little lily pads that you jump on to get to the bigger rocks.
Yes,
You know,
good analogy. Good analogy. Yes.
I want to let everybody know on here. You do not have to get your certificate of live birth notarized in order to do this process. You just need it, but you don't have to get it authenticated.
You also get 10 birth certificates for your lifetime. So you can endorse the back of it and send one in. You can all kinds of things. I actually just came across a video that some lady endorsed her mortgage and sent it into Fidelity. And then just got, I don't know, lots of millions, lots of commas.
Nice.
Oh man. I mean, that's like to me. That's like that golden ticket.
So
That's a golden ticket that we're all
something
trying
else
to get.
I found. So something else I found out today, not that I keep wanting to play by the rules or anything, but with me going through what I'm going through with my identity being stolen and all this stuff. So I called the social security number office and I waited for an hour and I talked to a girl and I was like, my number's been hacked. She was like, have you done this, this, and this? I was like, yeah, I've done all of that and I've done all of this. And I said, but there's no process in order to tell me how to get my credit back and how to repair it. Y'all just tell me to file all these reports and this and this and this. I said, it doesn't do anything. I was like, what if I go get another social security number? She said, it actually will, that number still, your credit will follow that. I'm like, okay. And I said, well, also, while I have you on the phone, can you tell me what that red number means on the back of your social? I shit y'all not. She was gone for 5 minutes and goes, I'm sorry, nobody's ever asked me that.
Well, here's your
And
problem.
her answer was, hold on, I wrote it down.
You're
I'm not kidding
operating
y'all. I've been
wrong because you should have an EIN number and not
Well-
that social security number.
Correct. I asked her, I said, so at this point, should I just use an EIN number? And she
Yes.
goes, I can't give you financial advice, but hold on. I've got notes of what the answer she gave me. I'm probably like Leah over here with journal after journal after journal. Somebody been teaching me something.
Yeah, I have
But
3 of them so far since I've started.
I'm just like, if they're going to take any of this stuff down, I'm getting it written down.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I can't even share what I have on this app. I'll get banned.
Mm-hmm. I have.
She
ahead.
told me it was a tracking number for identity. And I was like, you mean an accounting route number?
ahead.
Sorry, I had to. Y'all would be proud of me. It's the first time I've done any of this.
That's good. That's good. Ask questions.
Well, the first thing everyone should do is secure their person. If you haven't secured your person, you're doing everything backwards.
Okay. Hold on. I'm taking notes as we speak. And that's what I said. Like, I was like, you're not dealing with my persons. And when you start using that language, it scares them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually on hold. It's funny that you said you were on hold with Social Security today.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so was I. But I was like, F this. And I ended
You
up.
were the one holding them up. Jesus, I knew it was you.
But here's another thing that I found out too. You're wasting your time calling these 1-800 numbers.
Yeah.
You have to write everything on paper. Everything has to be on paper, pen and paper. If it ain't on pen and paper, it didn't happen.
And I totally get that. But
You're
sometimes
right.
if you know what to listen for, they do tell on themselves.
Right.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So if you ask it in like just a creative kind of way to be like almost like but you just want them to clarify, so you kind of act a little dumb, and then they'll answer it, and you're like, okay, clarity, confirmation right there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and yeah, we're just new at it. And there was a guy, I'm trying to look through my notes, and he said, hold on, be careful, because Section 18 U.S. Code 1344, bank fraud, and 1348, securities, could be put on you if you don't fill out the writing information out correctly. So us making phone calls is a little more comfortable, because if you fill out any of that, they can get you for fraud and throw you in jail.
Well, here's something that I did early on because I was really nervous to come out the gate with this. Because like as we're learning, we hear about it and it does work and, that kind of thing. But I hand wrote a letter to the IRS and said, hey, this is me. This is what I'm doing. I'm claiming my estate and trust. I just want to make sure that, I'm doing this right. If there's any mistakes, please let me know. I talked about my humanitarian project in it. I talked about what I was going to do with it and, that it's such a great time to be alive. I got so personal with it because you got to figure the person that's going to get it is also human. So if you're just
Correct.
real and transparent as to what you're doing, well, when I sent that, the next time that I was on the phone with somebody, it was a guy, his name was Mr. Higby, but he actually asked me, he said, can I ask you a question? I said, certainly. And he said, why does your account say humanitarian? So they got it. They got it.
Nice.
Yeah. So, but also, I also keep those letters because I do send them certified that if anything does come back, I can say, hey, look, this was my intention. I have no intentions of defrauding the government. I'm just trying to reclaim what is mine, and since you guys registered me on this date, then I have securities interest in this property. The property is the birth certificate. So I want to be able to benefit from that too. You guys are certainly benefiting from it. So I would like to do that too.
But here's your problem messing with the IRS. You have not notified them of that you're alive. You have not sent them a letter of non-dissent because that's what you have to send them. So they send you back because you're dead. Everybody's dead. Every single body on the earth, except for the few select that do this process, is dead.
Right. But don't tell people, don't say to people you haven't done this because you personally don't know what people have done.
No, I wasn't saying that. I'm just saying you have to send a letter of non-dissent to them,
I did.
notifying them that you're alive, or to update their status, because you're going to send your certificate of live birth to the IRS. You're going to send your driver's license. You're going to send your social security card and the letter of non-dissent to them to update their information that you're alive and well. And you have a trust set up so you can do this yourself. You no longer need their help.
Who's playing pool? I'm jealous.
Yeah, that's me. Sorry. I'm listening.
Sorry, ex-pool player.
Yeah, I've done all of that, sent the decree, the declaration, the live life. But I sent it to 8 people yesterday, and it was like the Attorney General, Secretary of State. Now I was born in Georgia and then I domicile in Florida, so I sent it to both. But I mean, with the IRS, I feel like they're my friend because,
Yes.
yeah, because when I've called them, they've been, even whenever I started using the IRS vouchers that they sent me, I asked them questions. I said, hey, like, I'm really trying to learn this, and I want to make sure that I have everything correct for you guys, because all they're wanting to do is balance their books. So I asked, and the next letter that I got from them, they gave me instruction. So to me, they're my friends.
They're everybody's friends. We're not every most people are just using them the wrong way.
Whoa.
There you go. Use their codes and their laws to a different way than what we were taught, and we'll be just fine.
It's what the elites do. This is what the elites do. You have to do what they're doing. Like when you send your stuff out to the IRS, there's a Philadelphia number, fax number that you have to send all this paperwork to, and not these other IRS agencies. But the one in Philadelphia is the one you fax that stuff to.
And it was just crazy to me when I called Homeland Security that they were so willing to help me. And I was like, well, it's been this, like, it's not just, it's like, I try to do, and he was like, hold on, I'll listen to this. I was like, you can't even identify who I was. And he was like, okay, I'll have somebody in our departments look at this. So they are somewhat helpful. And if you just start teaching, y'all have made me start learning on my own. It's been very helpful. Thank y'all.
So like my thing is this, like, who calls Homeland Security?
My dumbass.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, imagine you work at Homeland Security. Is the phone ringing off the hook? It's not like you're working at the AT&T call center.
Oh, it's
Nobody's
crazy.
call-
You should do it just for fun because they're like, it's like press 1 for this and then it's press 5 for some dude they're looking for. It was absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, I'm just
Like, just do it for fun. And then it was like, they changed their prompts to whoever they're looking for. If you want to support or say that you see somebody working an illegal alien, blah blah blah, like they still use the terminology. Maybe I need to record that and put it on the internet. Well, they're still calling them illegals.
Yeah, I mean, like, go ahead.
No, you're fine. I was gonna say I called the passport place today too, and because my passport says citizen and I'm not, so per my FOIA request, and so I called today.
No, it should say citizen. No. My old passport says citizen/national.
No, mine has a P on it, and I looked it up today, and it was citizen.
Yeah,
So-
but
Hold on.
we're not.
Here, I've
citizens.
looked. No. It if you look at the second page, I think. Hold on.
Okay, let me look at it.
Hold on.
Because-
I'll show you where it is. It says citizen/national.
Well, I asked if I could change it, if we could change this, and the lady left, and then she came back and she said no. She said they're not doing that anymore. They're not, and I'm like, what do you mean not doing that anymore?
No, it's actually right when you first open it up. It says the United States. The Secretary of the United States of America be here to request all whom. Hold on, where is it? It's on here somewhere.
Oh, I do see it. But
it's that/national.
Yeah, request all whom it may concern to permit the citizen/national of the United States
There you
name.
go.
Yeah, but when you flip the little page over, because it's kind of a thick page, it's like a plasticky kind of page. Up at the top where it says the United States of America, and then if you drop down and you see type, I have a letter P. Well, I looked that up today, and P means citizen.
Oh, surname. Your surname is P?
No. Go up a little bit.
So that's like your classification, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I think that's her classification.
Yeah.
I set mine up under a DBA, doing business as my all caps name. So I'm doing business as myself.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Right. But how do you do that? How do you put that on your passport? Or
You
do you
sign.
want to do you
Well,
want to put that on your passport?
you sign your last name, comma, first, middle, and doing business as DBA, and you put your all caps. Well, once you do the Minnesota, God,
220.
yeah, the Minnesota 220, you're doing business as that person now. You're no longer you distance yourself from that entity when you do that.
Well, I don't think
So
you put yourself, but you put yourself in the right position.
yes, you're not him no more. You're the name holder. You're no longer him.
But I would rather have my passport with my true name on it as the man or the woman. You understand?
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Well, there's
But I mean, mine's all in caps. I don't think we're ever going to get it out of that.
I don't think so either. So that's why I did the DBA.
I don't know though, but my birth certificate is not all caps. It's
Mine
regular.
is.
Well, I have two. My short form is all caps. My long form is uppercase, lowercase.
Mm.
Well,
Well-
you got people out there with their regular birth certificates where it's in upper and lowercase. I got my cousin's is in upper and lowercase. So like I spent like 2 hours on the phone with him trying to figure out, well, why the hell is yours upper and lowercase? You know?
Is his the long form? Because mine's the long form. That my certificate of live birth is the one that.
Like, his was yellow, so it might have just been like a printout with like a teddy bear on the side or something. Like I don't think I ain't never seen a yellow birth certificate.
It may have just been old, maybe.
No, he said he got it though, but it might have just been something he got just so he can get like his driver's license or something like that, you know?
Yeah, that's mine's like that too. The first page is yellow and it says United States, and the second page is from the state. And then on the back part is the birth certificate.
I see. So he probably didn't have all of that.
Yeah, that's an authentic. That's one of
That's
the
weird.
authenticated ones.
Mine and my daughter, who is a teenager, and everybody around me is all in caps. So.
Well, Tavia, on the next page where we're supposed to like sign the passport, it says signature.
Uh-huh.
It says signature of bearer, and I was just gonna sign it in like what the sauce said. Sign it as like my last name first, comma, and then first middle.
Dash.
Yeah, first
That
dash, middle.
That, and I've also learned that you're supposed to sign something always undue rest.
Well, I sign on the end of mine, TTEE, trustee.
Yeah, or beneficiary.
Or executor.
Yeah, I mean, but I put trustee because my trust is set up now. No one can put these 1099s on me no more. All these companies, they don't get to do that no more.
Just because of a trust? Like, see,
Now,
this is the side I haven't even been looking into. Like, I'm just too wrapped up in the court stuff. Cause,
I know.
you know,
but once you do this,
I live
that
in
takes
Atlanta,
care of
bro.
the court
Like,
stuff.
right. I get that too, though. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know why my court case went cold, but I don't, you know.
But we need to DM me so I can send you what I have. You can have it all, bro. I'm like almost through the process of most of my all my paperwork's done. All my banking stuff is done. Now it's time to start talking to the IRS.
Like, I gotta tell you guys, I'm not looking forward to doing all of that. Like, I just want to
I know,
kick my
but it's
feet
how
up
we gotta play the
and
game.
drink a fucking coconut and just live life. I don't have to fill out forms for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
I know,
fucked
it's like
up.
we got to do all the work.
They
And
fucked up.
it's a headache.
I didn't fuck up. Y'all fucked up. Y'all fill out the forms. They traded substance for form, not me. I was born into this. Of course, we were all tricked, but I don't care.
I know, but
I just want to put my feet up
that if we don't do this, then that means they have fiduciary obligations over us, and I don't want that.
And now I'm 43. I gotta spend the rest of my life trying to learn this shit.
Yep.
Yeah,
Man, I'm
because you know
tired,
what?
man.
My daughter won't live under
I've been
this.
working my
But once you set up your trust, your beneficiaries are protected. Like my kids, they don't have to go through what I went through.
Yep. If we learn and we teach it, we're the generation that's going to change things. I truly believe that. You know what? We're tired of doing this. We see what it done to our grandparents, to our parents, and what's left. And we're not going to play their same game because it doesn't work. And we're going to find a different way.
But
And you're going to make a different way for your kids in the next generation.
But think about it. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead, Lee.
I was just, you're fine. You're fine. Go ahead. I feel like I keep interrupting.
No, because I'm about to take it on a tangent. So like, you keep it on the subject because I'm about to take it on a tangent. Like I'm extra emotional tonight.
I was just going to say that, think about it. Most of us are like the black sheep, or we're the generational curse breakers. Well, we're the ones that have always gone, even in school, we have always went against the teachers, or, you know, kind of rebelled a little bit, you know? Like, we're cut out for this shit.
You ain't lying, because I was like that. I mean, I think everybody in this life right now was like that.
Yep, I was.
Class clown, acting up. I didn't want to follow the rules. Always getting in trouble in school. Trouble. You never hurt nobody, but you always getting in trouble because you didn't want to follow the rules.
Talking back.
That's a good. Talking back. That's a good point.
Authority over me when I was young.
You say what?
I said I couldn't handle the authority figures over me when I was young. We always butted heads.
I still can't handle it.
Bullshit.
Yep. But my thing is this: like, are we meant to spend the rest of our life learning some stuff they didn't teach us?
Yep. Just because they want us stupid. They don't want us to know this. They don't want us to be smart and to be able to think for ourselves.
What makes us stupid, bro? Like, hold on. Like, what makes us stupid? The only thing that makes us stupid is that we don't know the stuff that they made up that they didn't tell us. Yeah. It's like a bunch of people sitting in a circle over there. They come up with all this stuff that they're going to rule with, and because they got all the money, they can make the rules, right? Yeah. And then all of us are supposed to follow it.
Right. Well,
I'm like, dude,
that's where we got to break that. Yep. You know, now that we know how to, you know, use some of these things, like say a negotiable instrument or a bill of exchange, because my thought is that I would like to go to like City Hall and sit with the people, you know, see what the pecking order is, see what the chain of command is. And then I want to be able to take my negotiable instrument and say, hey, I want to invest $100,000 into Destin, Florida. And I want to be able to dictate also through contract or an agreement of what I want to change. So I feel like eventually, once we all start to really do this, I think there is like an end. It's not like we're going to do this for the rest of our lives. I think there is a like, get this set up, put this together, put these underneath the trust. And then the first time you get a big lump sum, or you're able to break through that matrix and get like maybe $1 million, then you're Gucci. Then you're good for a while.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, now you can kind of sit back and go, okay, I know how to. No, but think about it. Then we come in now, like, because I don't know any of the City Hall people. So now they start to kind of shake in their boots, like, oh shit, she just came in here, and what is that thing? And da-da-da. And then we start waking up other people, like higher ups too, you know. And then now say that because here's the thing, I kind of got excited because I've had such a ruckus with Bank of America. Well, I went in to get something notarized, and the lady was like, you know, I'm booked all day and I'm not going to be able to notarize your stuff. She goes, but can I see it? And I was like, yeah. And I showed it to her, and she called the other lady over there, and she goes, that's what we got Monday. So apparently there was another lady that went in there Monday.
Oh, yeah.
To try to get the declaration and decree notarized, and then I came in. So now it's almost like then you cause this buzz of, wait, what's a declaration and a decree? Where the hell did this girl come from? What the hell is this? You know? Because I truly feel like if they knew at the bank, they wouldn't be working at the bank.
I woke my banker up.
Hey, look, when I went to go file my UCC 11, just to see what all the liens I had, like the source that I got told me to go down to the Secretary of State's office, right? And then when I get down there, there's another dude in there trying to do the same thing. You know, like I mean, people are waking up around us.
But through this process I went through, you don't have to do these UCC ones and all that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not necessary. You don't have to do it. It even explains it in the videos to a T, step by step, guys. Step by step. It holds your hand through the whole, all there's like 8 videos. It's them holding your hand. And you're doing this stuff as you're watching the video.
What do you mean? Step by step to do what though?
To set up your trust, to I did my business account, but I got that through this girl, this Russian chick on here on TikTok, claimed the name.
Yeah,
I claimed the name that, and then I set that up as my business, and then I did the paperwork, which I did at 2848, at 8821. I did 2 letters. I did a letter to the Secretary of State. I did a letter to the AG, and all those were faxed. Only thing I mailed out was to the IRS, and I also faxed this stuff to the IRS in Philadelphia. And I did this last week, and by Monday, my landlord was calling me trying to redo my lease because I would no longer be paying rent anymore. Because the AG contacted my property management company and did that on Monday.
That's awesome.
So these videos, crazy. I'm telling you guys, these videos are it. This is the right way. I wouldn't get on here and cap. I'm just telling y'all. And I got this stuff from the 903.
All right, well, like I'm gonna DM you, man, because I want to get me a little apartment.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, everything.
But then if it works, hold on. If it works, then we get together, we make a series on TikTok, and we monetize.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm ready for it.
Monetize it.
I'm ready for a bet.
Right, monetize it, and then whatever money we make, we put it right back into the pot, B.
Let's do it.
Stir it.
I can do this.
All right.
Are you talking? People are asking in the comments.
What's that?
Somebody asked what videos Sauce was talking about.
The videos I have on Telegram that I got from the 903.
How do we find your Telegram?
My Telegram is the Sauce.
Just that? What's your picture look like so we can find you?
It's me and my videos.
Right, but you have to have like a profile video. What is it?
I got a profile. Oh, it's just me in a Chiefs hat. Okay. In a Chiefs. I was at the Chiefs game. That picture.
Put it in the chat. Put your link in the chat, and we can keep moving. What's up, Joe?
Hey, how's it going?
What's good, brother?
You know.
Y'all know Joe. Y'all gotta know Joe. Like I got a little call going on with Joe like next week, right?
Oh yeah.
And because I know some people in jail. Like maybe we can all crowdsource on this. And I was on live earlier to Joe. I was just on live earlier today, and like my other friend called me up and said that another guy we know just got put in jail. So we got to get him out too.
Man,
they might try to put me in jail, man. Shit.
Look good in orange. or stand cocky.
I'm gonna look good regardless. So, but like, I don't want to look in. I don't want to look good in jail.
I will cry the whole time.
The entire time.
Yeah,
Entire.
like I don't
But I'm
even
gonna
want
look
your,
good doing it. Goddamn it.
right. I don't even want your damn bread. Keep it.
I
No.
could give you a couple things you could do right now.
All
Right.
right.
You could do a petition for a writ of habeas corpus. Right.
Hmm.
It depends what they're in for, but you could find any kind of technicality on any of their court cases and get them out on the technicality
If
in the habeas corpus.
if you can get put in front of a judge, if they will actually put you in front of a judge, because one of the guys we're trying to get out of jail now hand wrote his habeas corpus.
Oh wow.
He hand wrote his habeas corpus in jail, got a court date, right? And was set. I was on live with this guy the whole day. Cause I don't know. Like, I'm not trying to put him out there, but I was on live with him the whole day. And they made him sit there the entire day. And then only to find out they issued a continuance and they put him back in jail. A handwritten habeas corpus. Right? Like, I know it could work, but not for Frank, because they got it out for Frank. So we need to like take it above that, you know? It
But
would
yeah, that's what I was saying. They don't always follow the habeas corpus. They'll some judges will just straight up ignore it.
Yeah. So first thing is he never actually got in front of the judge, correct?
correct.
All right. And he was doing that through the state, right?
Hold on, this guy. I don't mean to cut in. I just want to tell y'all good night. I just wanted to chime in because I talked to some weird, some of the agencies today, and some of it's working. And I look up to a bunch of you guys and appreciate all your work and keep listening and keep fighting the fight. And I'll see y'all next time. I got to go to bed. Good night.
Right on. Love your show.
Did you have anything that you wanted to put out there before you left?
Not really tonight, except y'all are doing a great job. Keep up informing everybody as you can, and let's keep up the good fight. Y'all have a good one.
Absolutely. Love. God bless. But
God
God bless.
bless.
Yes, ma'am.
So this was on a state level, right?
He's in a county. Is there such a thing as a county prison? I know he's in Georgia, man. I'm in Georgia, but he's
Yeah.
4 hours away because Georgia's like Germany. You know what I mean? It's a pretty big state.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. I was in a county jail years ago.
Mhm.
So jails for 1 year or less. Yeah. Yeah. You could be in county
Right.
prison, jail, whatever. It doesn't matter. They have incarceration cages for people. Okay. A gulag. How about that?
Right.
All right. So the habeas corpus, okay, the states are making money off your buddy being put in jail. They don't want to look at the habeas corpus. So they're going to infringe on his rights, right, to make money. He has to take it to federal and say, look, they denied my habeas corpus. This is illegal, right? I have a right to go in front of a judge. They can't just say no.
Right, because the Constitution says you cannot suspend habeas corpus.
That's right. And that's
I know,
what
but
they
how are you
did.
supposed to get in front of a judge if you're in jail?
That's a good point.
Habeas corpus to the federal courts. You do a habeas corpus there, and you bring charges against that local judge. Okay, the one that denied it.
Can you do a bar grievance?
Can I do what?
Can do a bar grievance on the judge?
I mean, I guess you could, yeah.
Nothing's gonna happen though. But
Merits, then you're in trouble, or you get, kicked off or whatever.
Right, I've heard that too.
I mean,
I have a friend do it. Yeah, see, conspiracy facts is right. They won't let the mail get out. So you got to have someone else do it outside of the jail and send it to the federal courts on their behalf. Okay. So you got to get someone, go down there, do a POA with him in person, right? Get someone to get power of attorney over to. He does the habeas corpus on his behalf as power of attorney, sends it to the federal court. Then what you do is you write a FARA, an anti-bribery request to the judge that denied the habeas corpus, and then they have to recuse themselves off the case. Okay, because of that.
Well, so the crazy thing was that judge, how do you say it? How was it put? Well, let's just say the judge isn't working anymore, and they allowed the judge to retire, is what I heard. So the judge isn't even around, so they got to get another judge. But the judge doesn't matter, right? It's all about who's bringing the charges.
Well, the judge is the one that sentenced him to go to jail, so it's on the judge at that point.
Oh, that's correct.
But see, what they did was they saved. So the judge did something, and
Okay,
they
but
allowed the judge to retire, which means that they did something wrong. They didn't have an oath on file or something,
well, but
and so
wouldn't they have had to, when they arrested him, taken him in front of a court anyway first?
He hasn't been in front of a judge since he's been in jail. He's been in jail for
He's
4
supposed
years.
to. Yeah, he's supposed to be. They
He's
should have
supposed to be.
once they arrested him, they should have taken him straight like to what is it, magistrate or something?
Straight to a
Correct.
magistrate, or
Mhm.
otherwise they violated the right of due process.
There you go.
Exactly. But my thing is, it's obviously not happening because I've heard multiple stories already from at least 3 people that's reached out to me on TikTok. They don't follow those rules. They don't care.
Yeah. They don't. They will break it. But this is why you have to do the 1090. Have the IRS audit them, and they'll come in there and they'll expose the fraud for the IRS will.
you know what you got to do? You got to report them for identity theft. That's what you got to do. Just stealing his identity.
Do a 3949A and a 211 on him. And what is the other one? It's like a 3 or a hold on.
It's a 14157.
Yes. Whoa. That's not the one I was thinking.
Yeah, 8300. You got to do the FinCEN forms 101 and 104. Okay, you have to do the 8300. You have to do the 3949A, the 211, the 47157. What else? There's another form. There's another form in there. Oh yeah, the 15227. Thank you. That's the identity theft form.
There's about 30 forms to get out of jail, but it only takes one form to get in.
Well, what does that tell you?
Yeah, like the driver's license application.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, I wonder if he could do like even a W-4, and then at the bottom of it, the employers, instead of say Verizon, it would be, I don't know, there's the jailhouse. Is that stupid? I don't know. Because it says like enter personal information at the top of it, and then at the bottom of it would be like the employer, because essentially it's like the jail employed him now.
Yeah, I would say so.
Is that dumb? I feel like it could be a thing.
I don't know. I mean, it could be.
I would do a 1099B. Make it for $12 million.
I mean, it really doesn't matter what you make it for. They're going to go in there and find the exact amount of whatever it is that you have your interest in to this jail. If it's not bonds, if it's not the bid bond, the performance bond, or any of the bonds that they make on this social security number that we have.
Alexandria said, can someone get a copy of his case? Can you get a copy of his case, Mr. Difficult?
Whose case?
Of your friend.
Doesn't have one. Remember, they picked him up and threw him in jail. He's been sitting there ever since. He's never
Right, like
he's never had a trial.
Right. I've got a bunch of files for it. It's on my I got a private doc. I'm planning on making like a whole series on it, but I just gotta get out of bed sometime.
But definitely link up with me after we get off here so I can share this stuff with you on Telegram.
All right.
It's under the assassin. My name on there is the sauce, but it's under the assassin 1119. It says it's the exact same thing as what I got on TikTok, pretty much.
Bro, send me a link. Send me a link.
Yeah, I haven't figured out how to see my link yet. I just got on Telegram, so I haven't been using it that much. But I'll find a way to get to you on there. Same with you.
Baby said disqualify everyone's ass for lack of due process.
That's right. Yeah, and you could do a letter rogatory if you want. They've worked in the past, so they do work. They don't always, but when you're dealing with a fraudulent system, you're going to get things work sometimes, and then other times they don't. Right? That just tells you that you're dealing with fraud. Right?
Right.
What if he would do a DBA to separate himself?
They're not going to let him go though, because they
No.
already have too much invested. See, it's $3 million a year. Okay, $12 million. 1099B reported on that the 1099B, right? 12 million because he's been in there for 4 years, and what that does is it will well, it will spark an audit, and they're going to go audit the account, which is his case, whatever's holding him in there, and they'll they'll let him go.
That'll expose the fraud once they get in there and start fucking looking at shit.
Yep. Yeah, they don't like that.
Nope. They don't like it when daddy comes to see them and audit they shit.
Because no one's doing it.
Nope. But that's what we got to do. I sent you my phone number so you can add me through my phone number on Telegram. It's easier to find me that way.
All right, bro.
And I sent it on the messenger thing on TikTok.
Got you.
And that's what I'm saying. I think we're the ones that are going to do this. We're shaking the waters, ruffling feathers.
Yes, sir.
All day.
Man.
If you say that to the judge, show me the true bill, he's going to tell you sound like an idiot. I'm telling you, these guys, we used to go in there and argue case law, right? And then the judge was just kind of go, all right, and the prosecutor would give up. Now they just ignore everything. That's their tactic. They just ignore you, okay? Or they say that you sound lucid or you sound crazy, or they say, oh, we don't know what you're talking about. I told one of the last times I went to court, I said, I just proved that there's no willful intent. And the judge looked at me and goes, I don't know what that means. I'm like, you don't know basic law?
That's mens rea, right?
He's gaslighting.
Yeah. I said, you know what the hell that means. He goes, he just ignored me, but that's the thing is, I said, I just proved I have no willful intent. So if there was no willful intent and they can't prove it, you can't bring charges against me on something civil like this. And I don't know what that means. He's full of it. I looked at him, I said, you know what that means.
Wow.
But that,
I mean, but like even I had my first court case where I stood for myself, and it was plenty of wow moments. It's plenty of wow moments where you're not just sitting there, just letting the lawyer conduct things. Because back when I just got lawyers to conduct things, I would just sit there in silence.
Yep.
But you got to fork over like 10,000 or all this kind of money just to get it to go away, and they make their money anyway. Ah, man. Like I said, man, I don't know about y'all, but I'm pissed off, man. I don't know. Like, I'm tired, man. I just want to lay back, put my feet up, play with this cat.
Yeah, well, I think what we need to do in this country is end this whole entire banking system, court system.
Correct.
Okay. The court system should just be like, look, this judge is going to come in and adjudicate the law based off of the testimony of both sides. There should not be any bonds put into these cases or anything like that. It's ridiculous, because look what it does. It throws everybody in jail. right? Your friend is sitting in jail for 4 years and he hasn't even gone to court yet. This is insane. Habeas corpus to the federal courts, bringing charges against the judge that threw him in there and all the officers that placed him in that jail. Okay, because there is no qualified immunity in federal court. Okay, they do not have qualified immunity in federal court. So, and they don't have any friends there either. So that's what he's got to do. Habeas corpus to federal, bring the charges against them, deprivation of rights under color of law violation, 18 USC 242 and 241 conspiracy against rights, because it is a straight up conspiracy. There's more than one person involved in that, and that's what he's got to do that in while he's sitting in jail. He's got to bring those charges up. Someone's got to help him out, do a POA, and do that. There is another process. Can't talk about it in the public forum, but there is another process that could get him right out. All right.
Right, but we about to talk about though. That's what we talking about, Joe. Right?
Yeah. Next week. So
Right.
that
My thing is this, right? Like when I heard about like the whole process of claiming the name and all that, it made sense. It made sense to the point where, like, I'm done with going in these courts and like fussing and fighting with these people.
It's a waste
Right?
of time.
It's a waste of time. And like, why are you going in there and fighting with fictions? Excuse me. Why are you going in there and fighting with fictions when we are living, like, I got a beating heart. We all have beating hearts. Why are we going in there?
Well, that's where you do a life claim. So you would write a letter saying that you're alive, you are the natural living, breathing man. You may even add in stuff like, because like on my form, I wrote that I'm an empath. I'm also clairvoyant. And, I was proving to them, showing to them that blood runs through my veins. Because right now they have us dead at sea. It's just a little, we're out here with Jack and Rose going down with the Titanic. So that life claim has to be like something, that is very personal to you, and then you start make a packet of all this stuff and then send it all to your peoples, all the upper chain, Attorney General, Department of State, all the peoples.
And if it works, like, I don't know, will it work?
It works.
Yeah.
yes.
It works. Trust me.
So
I'm telling you, after we get done talking on Telegram, you understand. After you watch the videos.
Claim. Say I wrote that for Frank. Daddy get him out?
Hey, honey's back. I look nice.
okay, you can have him do not only just a live life claim, hand claim, foot claim, blood claim.
Everything.
I'm serious. You do all that. He's sitting in jail. He's got pencils and paper, right? He could do hand and foot claims. All he's got to do is literally just rub a pencil lead on his hands, and then just rub it on the paper, and then say, "I claim these hands to be mine." Do the same thing with his feet. I claim these feet to be mine. These are my feet. I claim them, right? A live life claim, and he puts a drop of blood on the paper, right, with his thumbprint. Bloop. Okay.
That's a little much.
I'm serious. This sounds so ridiculous, but it works. I know a guy who does this, okay, for people. And one guy did this claim with the hands, the feet, the blood. They let him out of jail the same day.
Well, think about it. When we did our birth certificate and the doctors or nurses, whoever did it, they stamped our feet too. They took our soul.
Exactly. We are reclaiming it. That's exactly that's where his theory comes from. This guy, I can't even say his name online because they might even.
Is it DC?
Nope. Mm-mm.
Not David?
No.
Okay.
No, it's not David. I don't. No one knows who this guy is. He's a private guy, but I'll talk to him on the phone, and he'll start telling me stuff, and then I hear like a boom, and then the phone's gone, right? And then he'll call me back like a couple of days later. He said I had to get a new phone because they killed my phone, right?
My phone's been acting really crazy. I actually texted you the other day, Joe, and it kicked it back out.
Yeah, my phone has been getting crazy too.
Me too. I was supposed to send my court documents over to April Lejeune, and I went to my Yahoo to send everything, and it kicked it back out too. So anybody that is doing any of this estate stuff is getting sidetracked. But if I, text somebody that is not into this or anything like that, it'll go right through.
Hmm.
It's only the people that are doing this.
And all of a sudden now they want to get rid of TikTok. I think a lot of people are waking up to what's really going on. I mean, am I right?
Yeah,
I would
let me
say
say.
so.
Let me say. They're listening in. They're watching. They're screwing. I can't. It's hard for me to make phone calls. My phone calls keep getting dropped. I can't. When I'm on the phone, it's like all garbled. It's freaking terrible.
Wow.
There for a while, it was weird because, like, say I would be on the phone late and my phone would always cut off. It didn't matter who I was on the phone with. Well, it did. It had to be somebody that I was talking about estates and trust and all that kind of stuff with. But literally, between the age of not age, but between the time of 11 o'clock and 11:30, my phone would drop. The whole call would every time between the times of 11 and 11:30. And I would actually phone the person. I would tell them, "Hey, it's about 11:15, so I'll call you right back when they drop me." Like clockwork.
Yeah. Now this has been going on with this guy for years. So Moonchild's saying that, like showing the public or something. Now this guy, they do all kinds of stuff with this guy because he went into a court one day. Okay, this guy is like next level stuff. When I talk to this guy, I feel like an idiot. Okay, this guy, he's on a whole other level. Like I've never ever talked to anybody on the same level as this guy.
You guys
Okay,
live.
he's on a whole other level than anyone I've ever talked to. Okay, and he went into court one day, and he turned to the prosecutor and he said, "Yeah, let's play a little game here. If you win, I'll go to jail for 20 years. But if I win, you go to jail for 20 years." And the prosecutor laughed and said, "Sure, no problem." Prosecutor's still sitting in jail right now. He lost. And he won the case in like 8 minutes. And the prosecutor went to jail.
Who's this guy? Let's play charades. What's it sound like?
No,
Yeah.
no one knows his name. I'm telling
Oh,
you,
okay.
no one like he does not. He won't go. Like he can't even go on a computer because they'll kill his computer.
Oh, God.
They'll end his computer. You know what I mean? But
Have you
yeah.
heard of the lady? Her first name is Heidi. De La Rose. No, wait. De Los Reyes. Reyes. She did all her stuff and all of her dockets. All of her information is public knowledge. It's all on like everything that she did, and she ended up getting like 8 billion back. Here, I'll put her name in. She's got a whole case.
So,
And you can look it up and see who she sent it to, and it's all sealed. It's crazy. María Los Reyes, and you'll find her court case. Because she's doing what we're doing. We're putting all of our stuff on the record, like on record, and that's what she did.
Yep, I put all my stuff on record in my county, and then sent it off to all the court cases I had, and waiting to hear back. Actually, I'm waiting to get some of my birth certificates back in the mail.
Well, I sent one of my birth certificates off to Washington, but I don't know. I've heard some people would get their stuff back and it's good, but then I've heard some people they don't, and I haven't heard anything yet.
No, I sent mine to the county that wanted to arrest me.
Oh.
Yeah, I sent my all caps birth certificate in place of me, gave them instructions on what to do with it, and mail it back to me when they were done with him.
Somebody asked about private banking. That phone call went very well, and we scheduled another appointment for tomorrow so that I can talk to the team. So I was like, oh. You guys, Honey is in here. You need to bring her up. She is bomb.com.
Thank you for telling me.
how she teaches. She doesn't talk down to you. You know, she's very patient in what she's doing, you know, and thorough, thorough,
You know, you ain't gotta say no more.
real talk.
Yeah, I'll have to add her.
I don't know if she's on YouTube. This Heidi, I
Hey
just,
guys, as you already know, I don't have a voice, but good evening, everyone.
that's because you were on
Or good
TikTok.
morning, depending on where you are.
You were on TikTok for all those
I don't know
hours.
if you guys can hear me. Can you hear me?
We can hear
Yeah.
you, but I don't think you can hear us.
I can't hear you. I'm going to come out and I'm going to come back in because I can't hear you. So then
Right.
I'll go back in so that I can tell you guys, okay?
Okay. Yeah, because she like this happens every time she comes on the live. Like, you know, she's got to do it. Maybe
Twice.
it's her phone. Maybe it's not the CIA. It's probably her phone.
She breaks it down in such a simple way, and she doesn't talk in circles. Like, it irks me when people talk in circles. Yeah, Joe's brilliant too. Yeah, her lives are packed with little gems. Like, I'll put her in my headset sometimes and I'll, like, you know, maybe do dishes or I'm vacuuming or whatever, and then she'll say like this big gem and I have to run over to my journal and write it down. I'm like, shit, what'd she say?
Dude, I think it's why everybody picks it up so fast because y'all are like handwriting it down, man. Like you get to retain it better that way. I need to start doing that. She
That's what
hasn't
I
come
used to
back
do.
yet.
I'll tell you what I used to do back in the day. I used to go down to the community college library. I would go there with a marble composition notebook and a couple of pencils. And what I did is I would go into these books and read stuff. And whenever I found something that captured my interest, I'd write it down in the composition notebook.
Mm-hmm. I
Yeah.
was always writing raps though. Like, you know, I was just some young knucklehead.
No, I was just pissed off because I went to jail for saying "fuck you" to someone who threw something at me, and the cops arrested me, and I ended up going to jail. You know,
How old were you?
18.
Wow.
They made an example, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
I'm standing there with some friends, right? Minding my business, talking to my friends, and all of a sudden something came out my head. I thought it was a brick because it was orange, and I realized it was like a Dunkin' Donuts box. But I thought it was a brick, and I was like, "Yo, what the fuck?" You know? And I yelled.
What city are you in?
This was like almost 30 years ago, right? And so I said, "What the fuck?" You know? And there was a truck that just threw the box out the window. And the cops came over to go, "Hey, what's going on?" I said, "Did you just see that? They just threw that at me." And they go, "No, but we heard you." I said, "Who cares about me? Like, this guy just threw something at me. What, don't you want to go talk to them?" They're like, "Well, you know, you're the one that's making the disturbance." I'm like, "Are you kidding me? They just threw this at me. Like, who's making the disturbance?" They're like, "Listen, you need to calm down." I said, "I have a right to be upset. Someone just threw something at me. I thought this was a brick." I was like, "You can't. What are you gonna do? Arrest me for talking?" They're like, "Actually, we can," and they arrested me.
Wow.
I went to court. I told the judge, I said, "They arrested me for free speech. I have First Amendment rights." The judge yelled at me. He says, "You can't bring up the Constitution in this courtroom." And I was like, "What?" I mean, I was 18 years old. I didn't get a lawyer. I didn't think I needed a lawyer. I thought this was an open shut case. I go in there, tell him free speech. I walk out the door, right? Nope. Then they say,
Wow.
"Oh, you're going to have to go. You're going to do 92 hours community service." I said, "I'm not going to do that." So they threw me in jail.
For how long?
Month.
Jesus Christ.
So, yeah, original Facebook jail right here. So I was really pissed off. So I decided I'm going to find out why this can happen. So I went, um, I started going to my friend's college, right? And I would go into the library and go look at the laws. At first, I tried to do it at the public library, but the public library doesn't have anything. They told me I needed to go to a law library or the community college. And I was like, oh. So I just went to the community college because my friend was going there like every day to college. So I went there and I brought a composition notebook and started writing stuff down. And it wasn't until I started reading the law dictionaries where things really took place. I said, oh, I see what's going on. Everything's fucked.
Yep.
That's crazy. Like they took you to jail because somebody threw something at you. I've been arrested for stealing my own car. You know what I mean? So
Dude, I know. Oh man. And that's what I'm saying. Like your friend's sitting in jail for 4 fucking years
for
and
you.
hasn't even gone to court yet. Like that is absurd. That's insane.
Well, the cops got something have out for him because I think he got one judge. Like they've had it out for him, man. And the other guy I was talking to, I mean, I don't even want to tell that story on live. I might get kicked off. Like it was crazy. And I don't know, man. Like, like my case is so cold right now. If they pick me up for like not having insurance or something, they gonna take me to jail. Dude, they gonna try to do me the same way,
Mm-hmm. I know they're crazy. Uh, it's-
What's up,
what,
honey? Drop.
Hey, I can hear you guys now.
All right.
All right. So here is the issue that all of you are not clearly gaining the full comprehension on. And I'm going to bridge that gap, right, of the comprehension for this specifically. As long as you are in an office of person and you have any contracts with them as a United States citizen, you are a citizen of war. All right. So write that down in the comments for you guys. You are a citizen of war. What does that mean that you are a citizen of war? You are not treated as the living man and woman that you are. You are incompetent, you are a slave, and you are owned by them.
A
That
body.
is what that means. This is why when you're dealing with the state trade of commerce court, you are guilty until proven innocent. Okay? This is why people are going to jail. When you have officially understood and knowing thyself, not just saying I'm the living man or woman, not just putting on a living life claim that I'm the living man or woman, you would never walk into their slave trade commerce court. Why? Because when you've actually went to the beginning and you have officially corrected your status, okay? The status that they gave you, the status that the informant, your parent, did as an initiation of application, becoming the grantor of the estate, right? The agreement that was between state and federal. They're the ones who created your status. Now, you being of age of 18 or older, as a successor grantor, have to go back to the beginning and physically correct your status with them. You see? You have to physically correct your status with them. Because if your status was corrected with them and you took yourself out of the office of person, they can't even summons you. When they summons you and you respond by registered mail, it's dismissed. Any case you had prior to correcting your status, it is dismissed. Everything becomes private. Everything. You see? Everything. The status is a non-US citizen national, not American national. Non-US citizen national. There is no such thing as a state national or an American national. That is not a political status in which is what? Accepted.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
They're the ones who put you in this position, okay? When an initiation, this is understanding trust. Everything is trust. If you don't understand trust, you're not going to be able to move forward with becoming who you are meant to be by correcting your status. You are only doing, I will do a one-on-one. You are only doing what you agreed to, right? When you became 18 or over. If you've checked citizen on anything, you are treated like a slave. You are becoming what? Incompetent. You see? This is what's happening. So everything that you do needs to surround you coming out of the office of person. It's no disrespect to the processes that you guys are out here trying to do. I get it. You're learning. There's nothing wrong with that. But that is distracting you from what is going to give you what you are truly seeking. If you don't want to deal with the court system, then get out of their jurisdiction.
Hey,
Okay?
honey, today
Mhm.
after your live, I called the passport office
Mhm.
and I told them on my passport I had a P on my letter, like on the passport, which means citizen. And I had asked them like, how do I change that? Like my paperwork that I sent in was right, but it wasn't indicated on my passport. So how do I change that? And the lady left me, and then she came back and she said, we're not doing that anymore. And I said, what do you mean? And she goes, we don't do that anymore. And I remember in your live, you were like, I think you said four, you're either a citizen, and you went through it, or immigrant and that
Mhm.
kind of stuff. So I know that there is. So I just felt very gaslit, and I didn't have the energy, or the bandwidth to argue with her. So I was kind of like, okay, thank you. And then I just hung up. But can I have your thoughts on that,
Of
please?
course you can. So you have 4 political statuses. You have tribal as a Native American, you have immigrant, you have U.S. citizen, and you have non-U.S. citizen national, right? So when you are going for your passport, your DS-11 needs to be filled out a specific type of way that has everything on it that is talking about you being a non-U.S. citizen, right? The way that you put it, the way that you write it. I can't put the picture up for you guys right now. I'll put a picture up. I'll do a live where I'll put a picture up to actually show you what your application should look like. Okay, that's 1. 2 is you cannot have an application without having a letter of explanation. So you need an explanatory statement. That explanatory statement is going to be 3 parts. It should be 6 pages. It is going to, remember, everything is trust. So in trust, you have to state your claim, give proof of your claim, and then declare with instructions. That is what that's going to do. Actual application, you should not already have your passport still. That passport needs to be shredded because it's a tracking device in it, and it needs to be far away from your home and some dumpster in another city, town, or state. Okay? So if you already have a passport. If you don't, then you don't need to do any of that, right? In terms of the getting rid of it. Once you do that, then they're going to also make you fill out the form for replacing your passport. When you do that, they will then turn around, send you back your passport, book, and ID. You're not going to see non-U.S. citizen national on there. You're going to have to send a request for your copy of your application. When you get that B6, right, that's a FOIA B6. That's what's going to come back. It's going to be a complete application. On that application, I've already showed y'all, it's videos in there. On that application, where it says for office issuing use only, there is going to be a part where it says non-U.S. citizen national. It is going to be stamped. There will be 2 agent ID numbers. Then they will be at the bottom, the FOIA sticker that tells you FOIA B6. Now you have the freedom papers on a state level. I mean, on a federal level, excuse me. Okay. Where did it start? All of the other things that you guys are doing, I'm not knocking your processes, but what I'm telling you is it's a distraction from what you really need to do. I don't walk into state court. If someone summons me, they get a letter that is registered. In that letter, they get copies of my freedom papers, my name decree, my actual information from copies of the passport. In that moment, they get the statement of the claim. That was the proof of the claim. And the declaration is dismissed with prejudice. Never to do it again. When that court receives that, I get a letter back from the county clerk's office that says we have completed the task. Case dismissed, closed, and sealed. I'm gonna say that again. Case dismissed, closed, and sealed. It is sealed because I am on record as being a living person. So it is private. Do you understand? Okay. So again, what I'm telling you is everything that you guys are talking is no disrespect to any of you. I say this in love. The problem that you are having is you're not understanding that you have contracted as a United States citizen. So you are an enemy of the state because you are able to move around freely. Civil war has never ended. It has never ended. It is still a slave trade. That is why you are guilty until court, which is for the people, by the way, okay? For the people. If you were dealing with federal court, you wouldn't need to know law at all. The only law you would need to know is the Bible, because the Bible is what upholds man. How do we know this? Because Ronald Reagan said, and on February 3rd, 1983, that he declared that the Bible is law, right? So the Bible upholds man and woman. The Constitution, United States Constitution, upholds whom? Your rights. That's all you need to know. You see? So you guys are moving in the wrong direction. Like I said on my live earlier, I'll do another live this week where I'll go over it again. Probably be Sunday at 4 because my voice needs to heal some. But like I told you guys earlier, instead of putting focus on Band-Aid situations, right? Because eventually the box of Band-Aids is going to run out. Instead of putting such high focus on Band-Aid situations, why not reach the total factor of the end game? Because I'm going to tell you like this. Once you have claimed your status on a state and federal level, this is what's going to happen. After you do that, and you now position yourself as the executor as a man, as the executrix as a woman, and the beneficial heir of the estate, and it goes to the actual agency that funded the estate, right? You're going to get a letter back in a matter of about 60 to 90 days. That's going to what? Do what specifically? It's going to acknowledge who you are respectfully, and then it is going to tell you the amount of your credits, the value. When you have that, you have opening and credit everywhere. So why are you worried about chasing, trying to do back and forth with negotiable notes? Ask yourself that question. Or bills of exchange.
Because we ain't know.
Exactly.
'Cause
Right?
because it's working right now.
But is it working? Ask yourself, is it working?
It's not worked for me.
Right.
Yeah.
Is it really working? When I say,
No.
is it working? And I'm glad you said that, the sauce. When I say, is it really working? How much time are you investing back and forth over and over to get it done?
Oof.
That's a waste of your time, right? You
Yeah.
have to be in a position mentally to where you have time wasted. That's not where you want to be, and time used wisely. You see?
Agreed.
Okay? You are wasting time on things that have no actual benefit for you.
Drop.
A name decree takes 4 weeks. That's all it takes. Your passport, it'll take you anywhere from a month to 90 days to get, and another month and a half to get it, your actual freedom papers. It's exhausting. For what purpose? Time management versus time wasted. You guys are wasting precious time on things that are irrelevant. Your guy that's sitting there in jail, all he has to do is get all of the proper documents with your assistance in order for him to petition the court, the county court, for his name decree. When he has that name decree, okay, and that's in court, he's out of court. He's out.
Drop. Like I spent like at least 30 minutes looking up name decree because I've been hearing it from you and Pooh and them. And I'm like, Google's taking me into a brick wall. Like, how do I get a name decree? Is it just a change of a name?
A name decree is an actual change of name, but you're not
Okay.
changing your name. You are changing the position of your name.
I see.
Okay, so when you do a name decree, you're going to understand trust, right? You're not doing an implied. You're not going along with what's on the application. You're going to scratch out, right? Just put one line through, and you're going to express anywhere that says person, you are going to put natural person for benefit purposes. Now, once you write down everything you need to write down, once you write out everything within a box, you're going to have your letter of explanation, which is stating your claim. This is where your live life claim comes in. This is the only time that your live life claim is physically respected to the highest degree, because that is your proof that you are a living person, right? A living natural woman or man, okay? Not legal entity person, a natural person. Once you do this, then the next thing you're going to do is have your declaration, letting it be known that you want all agencies to recognize you as the living, natural man or woman, that you are looking for legal separation from the enlegis, all caps, creature of law. Okay? This is what it's for. Once you have that and it's decreed, that means it's stamped off on a state level that the county clerk's office and the county that you domicile in. Once you have that name decree, you have corrected your status on a state level. Now you need to correct it on a federal level, because who are the agencies that created the status that you sit in?
IRS.
No, the IRS didn't. The IRS is just a large accounting firm. It was a state and federal who funded the estate, Social Security, because an estate cannot be active until it is funded. That is why the Social Security card comes before the registered birth certificate, because the certificate of bond could not be done until the estate was actually done what?
Funded.
The estate was funded through Social Security Administration credits.
Didn't that come through the IMF though?
All of your securities go through IMF. All of your securities. So when people talk securities, this is how you know when people are up here BSing, right? I'm going after securities. Are you? What jurisdiction do you have? Because that's international. What jurisdiction do you have over that name on an international level? You don't. Not until you've gotten your federal trademark and then your international trademark.
Okay, so somebody in the comments said name decree, passport, and freedom papers. So is my passport okay with it even being citizen? Because I feel like it needs to be changed.
As a citizen, you're not okay. You are still declared as an enemy of the state.
Right.
You are still trading with the Enemy Act. Anything that they do is trading with the Enemy Act. You are still, if you have a driver's license that's stating this, even if you have rescinded your driver's license, but you have not corrected your status, you are not a traveler. Now you're just going to jail because guess what? You're a citizen. You are already guilty by being a citizen. This is what everyone has to comprehend. Very
But
much true, Sam. You are guilty by being a citizen, trading with the enemy act.
like
You are guilty.
like HoneyDrop, like they would never know that unless they get your quote unquote information.
Here's the thing. You don't, let me tell you something, and I'm keeping it real with you 100%, right?
Right.
This is what people do. I don't have to give you anything because you don't have reasonable, articulable suspicion of a crime. That's the
Yeah.
Constitution, right?
Yeah, man.
Guess what? That state, when it became an EIN, it was a business.
Sure.
You see? It has its own constitution.
Right.
And because that state went into the agreement when they went for relief and that state became owned by federal, right? So everyone thinking that they are what? Foreign? No, you're not. The holdings company is the United States Corp. The subsidiary is the estate. Okay? So you thinking you foreign and you're not. You are just another part of the estate, right? So therefore, that state constitution says otherwise than the American Constitution. The American Constitution is not upheld inside of what? It is not upheld inside of the state jurisdiction because that is its own business. What do businesses have? Their own policies, their own procedures, their own regulations, their own codes, right? U.S. Supreme Court says specifically that statutes, policies, codes, and regulations are not what? Law. You know why it's not law? Because it belongs to a business.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You are dealing with a commerce slave trade. So this is why they will tell you that the Constitution is restricted in their courts because they have their own policies. They have their own procedures. They have their own statutes. They have their own codes, what they consider to be law.
Well, my thing is this: like, I don't mean to cut in again, but like they cannot do anything with you until they identify you,
They
right?
can arrest you. Why? Because their state constitution says so. You are an enemy of the state.
But who am I
Trading
though?
with you said who what?
Who am I though?
You're nothing until you claim who you are. You are incompetent. You can't think for yourself. You can't do for yourself. They're going to think and do for you like the slave that they consider you. Until you correct your status, who are you?
Nobody.
Anything they tell you, you are.
Honeydew or HoneyDrop. After I set up my trust, I did get remedy. My leasing place called me and informed me that the AG called them, informed them of my trust, which allowed me to have access to my credit, pretty much.
Yeah, you'll get access when you set up a trust,
Yeah,
but you're still a citizen.
I'm still a citizen
You're still a citizen.
until I get the name degree.
Until you do it on state and federal level.
Okay.
What departments, right? This is what you have to ask yourself. When I ask you a question, trust me, it comes from a place of love, right? I ask you a question so that you can start asking questions yourself. That's going to bring you to the history, right? That's going to bring you to the history. As long as you are a citizen, exactly, Danny, you are a state employee. They control you. What does it mean to be an employee? Their words, not mine, a slave. Are you grasping that? So again, you are guilty because you are an employee. You are guilty unless you are an employee. You see? So the problem is they created the status, but the person who initiated the creation was your parent. You see? That's who initiated it. Your parent as the informant. This is how it works. This is exactly how it works. So if you have not declared yourself as being alive and corrected your status, becoming the living man or woman, you are what? Trading with the enemy. That's what they're doing. You are the enemy. This is why they treat you the way that they do in their slave trade court system.
But you can't just be like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just a man on the land. I'm just trying to live my life. And
You can
just
do that all you want. It depends on the judge you got, right? You can do whatever you want to do,
word.
but it depends on what you're doing. So the fact of the matter is you can do whatever you want to do. But when they lock you up, you can't complain.
Yeah, because
You understand?
yeah, because even in the state, what is it? Guilty until proven innocent. So
That's
they
it.
can come and get you anyway, even if you're sitting there screaming, "I'm a natural woman," they can still get you, right?
Yeah, they'll kidnap you, of course.
Of course they will.
And
They
they'll
can
call you a
detain
private
you
citizen
because
while they're
you
doing
are
that.
an enemy to the state.
Right.
They can treat you with hostile conditions, right? Now notice the difference with feds. Feds let you live your life while they build a case against you. Why? Why?
Rack it up.
Because you're innocent until proven guilty. You see the opposite switch?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Wow. That's deep.
Okay? You're innocent until proven guilty in a federal court. They will not come get you until they have built more than circumstantial evidence against you. You are innocent until proven guilty when dealing with federal. State is a different jurisdiction. It is
Mm.
not the land. It is the sea. The sea is the commerce of trade. What were they trading over on the seas? Slaves
Mm.
and merchants, property. It's property.
Bills of
This is what
lading.
it is. It's property.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Is that
It's
also why
property.
we have our own like each state has its own constitution? Sorry
That's because that's their policies.
right.
That's their statutes. That's their codes. It's a business. So you arguing codes and statutes in a court that it's not recognized because that's what was a part of their agreement
Right?
on state level to federal. The federal agreed to allow state to run their jurisdiction, how they ran it, with the exception of particular things that they had to abide by. That's what a holdings company does. They're subsidiaries. Financial structure. Vatican is the grantor, the executor. The crown is the irrevocable trust. The U.S. Corp is the holdings company. And the subsidiaries are the state. Where are you foreign? Where are you foreign? Until you have claimed yourself as the natural living man or woman and corrected your status, you are an enemy of the state. If you driving down and you agree to drive 45 miles per hour as a United States citizen and you decide that you get a little funky in your pants and you got heavy foot and you want to drive 95 miles per hour, guess what? You went against the policies and procedures of whom? Your employer. What happens when you go against the policies and procedures of your employer? You're reprimanded. You're reprimanded. You see?
So this is why they say all these laws are just really for them, employees.
That's it. And you are considered one because you are a citizen.
Mm-hmm.
And you are considered one because you are considered a slave.
Right. We could go around and talk about we ain't citizens all day, but
Mm-hmm.
where's you know what I mean? Where's it on paper? On their paper.
It's not. They created you as a citizen and you've never corrected it.
And once you correct it, then you get your freedom papers.
Exactly. That's your freedom papers. When you have your name decree, it will decree everything that's there. You will have an affidavit of publication because it would have went through legal publication, sealing it. Final seal is the judge's stamp. That
Well,
state has recognized you as being what?
Alive.
Alive. When you send it in to the actual Department of State for your passport, and you get your passport application back, and it's got the stamp on it, and it's got the FOIA B6 at the bottom, and it's got you listed as a non-U.S. citizen national, they have declared you as what? No longer a citizen. No longer a citizen. Now you can walk around without having to think about the state's jurisdiction. They have no jurisdiction over you anymore.
Because you're not an employee anymore.
Exactly. Now
So
you've corrected your status. The next step is to claim your estate. If you kill somebody, you go into jail. Because that goes against what? The 10 Commandments.
God's law.
Okay?
listen, honey, is there a like a sign that says point me to how to do my name decree? Because I spent like time on that the other day and I just couldn't find anything.
There's not necessarily a sign. There's only going to be a sign to tell you how to stay in their jurisdiction. Right? Like I always tell people, your first start to this path, forget about everything else you've been doing. The first thing is find out what's your construct that's holding you back from being capable of doing what? Putting as much time to your studies and everything else, right? To be able to eventually implement. Don't just jump out there implementing and throwing enough shit up against the wall and seeing what's going to stick. That's going to get you in trouble. Okay? So where do you start? First, remove whatever constructs is holding you back. I told you guys on Sunday, if you're not following me, I suggest you do. Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll go on. I'm going to drop the game again. Their system is ingenious. It's unlimited credits. That's all you have. Why do I say unlimited credits? Because it's a perpetual, continuous cycle of continuous promises to pay and credited accounts. That's all there is, right? That's all that there is. So now that we have that clear, start by knowing thyself. How do you know thyself? Go back through the history. People always want to say, what books do you read? Other than The Art of War and the Four Agreements, right? The only things you are reading is acts, treaties, and addresses. Say that again for y'all. Acts, treaties, and addresses. Why are you going back to the history? Because that is the context to tell you who they're telling you you are, but you are not. Therefore, you will know who you are, and you will realize how to regain your power. The next thing you need to understand are trust. Trust is everything. Everything you look at is trust law. You have trust law and you have antitrust law, right? So you need to understand their foundation. You need to understand what makes up a trust. What are the parties that make up a trust? What are the two types of trust? It doesn't matter how you structure the trust. There's only two types: irrevocable and irrevocable and revocable. Okay. The next thing you need to understand is the difference between express and implied. Every agreement or contract you've been getting into has been implied. Implied is assumption. Express is intent. You need to learn how to have intent. Okay? Anytime you have an initiation of application, you are automatically entering into a new trust agreement at which you are the grantor of. Express that trust. Okay? Understand your position. The last thing you want to learn is how their financial empire structure is set up. Therefore, when you do your process, not sitting there copy and pasting somebody else's process, when you do your process, because your situation is unique to you, all right? When you do your process, now you are going to know exactly how you want your process to be done for your estate planning, because that's all that this is. It's estate planning, eternal life, legacy, estate, not estate, estate planning. That's all this is about. That's it. That's all that this is about. Okay? So once you got that down pat, now you're going to know why you're authenticating your birth certificate, because you're going to understand what was actual benefit of the birth certificate. What was the cause of this birth certificate coming into circulation? Instead of just going to do stuff because you guys hear people say it. Half of the stuff you're out here doing is going to get you locked up. I promise you. I tell y'all all the time, I've been doing this for over 20 years. Over 20 years. You know how many times in the last decade I've had people's loved ones come to me because they did somebody's process and now they're behind bars? Because they didn't read, they didn't understand the history, they didn't know what they were doing. They just followed. You know how many people are getting locked up right now for foreign trust? Right now. Because they set up a foreign trust, but they have a birth certificate and they have a social security card and they never read the instructions or the publication. They never read anything about it. Because if you have a birth certificate or a social security card, you do not qualify for what a foreign trust is. People are getting locked up right now. As 7 people contact me in the last 2 weeks. In the last 2 weeks. You got people out here doing a W-8-BEN. You're a citizen. You're a citizen. You don't even realize that your W-8-BEN goes to your employer and an 8832 has to go to the IRS. But you cannot claim yourself as being a non-citizen until you actually are one on record. So you just went under penalty. I got someone else that's in Fed right now because of that specifically. You see? This is what people are not grasping. All of those processes that you're chasing, they're wasting your time. You have to do better time management. What is going to really get you to the end game? Because you see, once you have corrected your status, all of those people in office, they work for you. They work for you now because you have corrected your status. And then after correcting your status, you have become the executor, executress of your estate. And you are the beneficial heir. And they are legally trustees. All of them are trustees. But they're acting in an applied capacity rather than expressed because you are incompetent on their record.
Can
You
we
see?
go back to who we have treaties with? And it's definitely not black people. There's no treaties for black people. Who do they have treaties with?
You said there's no treaties for black people. What do you mean?
Well, who does the United States have treaties with?
They have treaties with the crown. They have treaties with their irrevocable trust. They have treaties with the holdings, right? The estates have treaties with the holdings, right? The addresses are all over, right? So what we have to understand is that's where we're going to start. Why did the republic turn into a state? What was the cause of the republic turning into a state, right? Now we understand the birth of the birth certificate. Because there was what? A plea for relief through their bankruptcy, right? So when they were bankrupt for the second time at that point, what happened? They said, well, we need relief. Well, we need you to pay what you owe us. We've been funding your wars. Here's what we're going to do. You give your silver and your gold and your land. Bring it to the General Post Office, the United States Post Office. But that's not enough. What else do you have? We don't have nobody but people. Well, that's what's going to work. The labor of the people is going to work. And so what we're going to do is you're going to have the people inform when a new vessel arrives. There is a new berth. And when they give that initiation application, they're going to create an e-state. At that point, you're going to submit as the state. You're going to submit for funding through our Social Security Administration. Once it is funded, we can then finalize the birth certificate. What is the birth certificate? A bond. What is a bond? An exchange of trade. Where is it being traded? Internationally. What was
How do
the
we
purpose of the birth certificate?
how do
So
we
that
get the
the
CUSIPs on
estate,
the bottom of it?
you said what happened?
How do we get the CUSIP numbers on the bottom of the birth certificate?
Here's the thing. You can get the CUSIP numbers many ways, but the purpose of the matter is, what's the purpose of the CUSIP number? That's the first question you want to ask, right?
Yes.
What's the purpose of the CUSIP number? The CUSIP number only tells you that the utility is doing what? The securities is being traded internationally. What jurisdiction do you have there? You see, I'm going
None.
to tell you where you guys' minds are stuck on. You're stuck on believing that money is real. There is no money. There's
Yeah,
only
mine too.
credits, unlimited credits. It is one thing to say it, is another thing for it to fully resonate throughout your entire body. You see?
Mm-hmm.
That's not resonating throughout people's bodies yet. That shackle is still there. The first thing we're thinking about is money. When I can show you right now in under 20 minutes how to gain access to an amazing amount of credits that can free you up for the next 2 years to do everything you need to do. You see? You already have access to the credits. You just don't know how to get the access that you want, and you don't know how to manage it properly. That's a self-inflicted situation, right? We focused on the wrong things. Once you realize and you get that part like really resonating, that there is no money, there's only unlimited credits, we will stop chasing an artificial bag. You see? That's where the issue is coming in at. That artificial bag is being chased mentally. That is the biggest shackle that keeps you enslaved. The biggest shackle. The biggest one. When you can break free of that, your focus is going to be correcting your status, because you know that that's what keeps you shackled to their statewide jurisdiction. Then you're going to say, now I'm popping. I can now claim my estate. Now, when you got that paperwork, those credits that you already got, those credit cards and loans, trustee, get your paperwork. The indenture trustee. Now you have open-ended accounts. You're no longer worried about artificial credits. You spend it as you choose.
Hey, honey, how do the corporations know that we've done all of this? Like, do we
You
have
have to inform them,
okay,
right?
I'll put them
You
on
have to send out
You've
notices.
just been born. You have to give out your birth notices. You have to announce your birth. You've just been reborn. You've just been reborn, right? You're not dead. You know how extra read all about it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank
You
you.
have to inform them. Whenever you go to a new domicile in a new estate, you have to inform that state, that comptroller, that state's attorney general, that state's court, that state's DMV. You have to inform them of who you are. Once you don't have to know, you no longer use the administrative process, because you're not a citizen. You're not in commerce on that level. You only got to tell them one time. When people talk about copyrighting and trademarking, that's for acting on business. Excuse me. That's about business. Federal don't recognize it yet until you claim it. Federal does not recognize it yet until you claim it. Because guess what? Go ahead and not file your taxes, and you still listed as a tax payer. Go ahead and get caught up for tax evasion, and you still listed as a taxpayer when a 1099, W-2, 1040, W-4, and W-9 are all to report income of the estate. Class 5. You see?
Yeah, can you repeat those forms?
A W-4 and a W-9, which produces a W-2 and a 1099, are all reported income for the estate, class 5. So go
Right.
ahead.
All the forms we're told that we're supposed to file, and all the forms, right, that are voluntary at the same time, because they can't get you for evading for.
It's not voluntary if you are a citizen. That's what you guys don't get. It's voluntary for the natural man and woman, because a natural man and woman doesn't receive income. They receive compensation. Compensation cannot be taxed based upon the United States Constitution. You see how it goes back to claiming your status? When you start digging deep, you're going to realize that everything starts there.
Securing your person.
There you go. And coming out of the office of person. Okay? When you start understanding, understanding, and overstanding, it's going to take you right back there. I'll give you an example. Somebody will say, well, you need your power of attorney to not be the tax preparer, right? Or the taxpayer, excuse me. You know what's going to happen? Go ahead and send that form, and they building a case against you because you haven't claimed your status. Because in allegiance, you cannot claim your own personal allegiance to be power of attorney of with the IRS until your actual status has been claimed. You can be the power of attorney of another allegiance, but not of your own. Right? A W-8-BEN is for a non-citizen. You are still a citizen. When you give an employee a W-8-BEN, you're supposed to give them entity classification, which is the 8832. That's the IRS when I say them. You can't do that if you are still a citizen, right? The only form you should be touching is a Form 56. That's the only form you can touch without any kind of penalty or repercussion. Any kind of penalty or repercussion.
And you can fill a Form 56 out on a judge.
You can fill a Form 56 out on everybody that is in public office or in a banking institution. A judge is automatically granted as being a trustee. When you have a Form 56, because it's legally publicated, you don't need them to sign that they're going to become the trustee. You see?
Mm-hmm.
So stay away from things until you understand them on the highest level where you're overstanding them. Time management versus time wasted, right? This isn't my live, but if it was, what I would be telling you is there's 3 positions. You either a slave, a boss in training, or a boss. Slaves make statements that are usually uneducated and uninformed, right? Anything that they still allow stuff to control them. Anything that controls you becomes your master. You are enslaved to it. A boss in training will ask a boss how they did something, not how to do something for themselves. How they did something so that they can use those tools to get to the place that they desire. And a boss is only going to give orders and make demands. You see? That's how it works. So if you on my live and somebody says, well, how do I do? I'm going to say, I don't know. I don't know how you do what you do. I can tell you how I did what I did. Because you see, that person is still mentally enslaved. They're still looking for someone to give them instructions. That is what slaves does, right? Boss, what do I do next? You got to break those shackles. Those shackles is what keeps us. Trust me, I was once a slave. It's been a long time, but I was once a slave. Those shackles is what keeps us in prison. It is all an illusion. All an illusion. All you have to do is shift your thinking. Google officer person. If you Google that, then it'll do, right? Also, that's the next thing a boss does and a boss in training does. We find the solutions on our own. It's called independence, right? It's fine to have a mentor. No one's saying you can't have a mentor. I wish I would have had it me when I was younger and I started doing this. I wish I would have had it me because it took me about 3 years of going back and forth and getting frustrated and being pissed off because I didn't have a platform. I didn't have a mentor. All I had was my law library because I was in law school, right? I had that. I had my floor, my notepads, my dictionaries, my pens, my highlighters, and a lot of frustration at points until I realized that my emotions were controlling me. And at that time, I was enslaved to my emotions. So I had to break free of that. Correcting your status is not submitting to their system. No, it's removing yourself from their system as an enemy of the state. At the end of the day, you still need their system. You will always still need their system until you create your own system. And if you don't have your land, where you have your land patent and you're not looking to travel anywhere, but literally live off your land and build a whole community, then you're going to need their system of credits.
So you're
Several
basically
times I
saying,
keep getting officer personal. Yep, that's it. That can be it.
we'll always need this vessel. Don't get rid of it.
You don't get rid of it. Why would you? It's a
I don't.
freaking ingenious vessel, right?
Yes.
I mean, come on. Let's make it make sense, y'all. Unlimited credits. Let me tell you something. I do what I do because I love to do it. I love seeing people win. I don't have to do this. I do what I do because it's my mission and purpose in this earthly realm. This is what I'm supposed to do until I can pass the torch to someone else. You see? Why would I give up this system? I think I heard somebody on your live earlier saying, oh, I surrendered my social security number and I got an LLC. That's a lie.
Mm.
You can't obtain an LLC without a social security number. In a tax classification, a LLC is no different than a sole proprietor unless you decide to file the LLC as a corporation. The only things that don't require a social security number is a corporation. He never mentioned a corporation. He said an LLC. You guys got to know this information for yourself so that when someone's talking, you can call their bullshit and not just be like, oh, that sounds great. See, I tell people all the time, don't believe a word I'm telling you. Go fact check it. Go fact check it.
Got to, because this is what they want. They want us dumb. They don't want us reading. They don't want us thinking for ourselves. And we have to educate ourselves in order to get past this bullshit.
To believe is to not know. To believe is I think it could be. To believe is to not know. Knowledge wins your battle. What you do with that knowledge in terms of implementation wins the war. And you are definitely at war.
Hey, I think it was me. I think it was me that said that I surrendered my birth certificate, but I didn't say to do.
That's
Okay.
not what it wasn't you. It was a guy. He said social security card.
Okay.
He said social security card. What's your question, TT? What's your question since we missed it? No, it wasn't you. It wasn't you, Lee. It was a guy who came up. Can't use an EIN number to open an LLC either. Do it, try it. Don't believe me, try it. They will not let it go through. If it is an LLC, it must have a social security number. Try it. I don't know how you start, JJ. I don't know how you start. What do you put on a country for birth certificate authentication? A non-Hague. Understand what a non-Hague versus a Hague is and why. Before you authenticate the birth certificate, the question that you would be asking yourself is, why am I authenticating it? I'm not telling that you should or you shouldn't, but you should know why you're doing something before you actually go out there and do it. There you go. That's the question that you ask.
Honestly, sometimes I feel like I'm just raw dogging it out here in these streets. You know, like I'm trying to do the, well, actually I just sent it in, was the declaration and the decree and the life claim and like all the things. But I totally agree with you, honey, when it comes down to it, that's where the effery started. So that's where we need to go and correct. Right?
That's it. That's exactly where everything
When I came
started.
across your
In
page,
your status.
like it makes sense. She makes sense.
I don't know, Dan, where you send your name decree. Remember, I'm going to say this again, guys. All right? 3 positions. Write it in the comments. Write it in the comments for yourself. 3 positions. Slave, whatever controls you is your master, even your own mind. A slave, a boss in training, or a boss. A slave looks for directions. A slave looks for instructions to be told what to do. And a slave asks, what should I do? I can't tell you what you should do because I am not your master. I don't desire your power. I'm an educator. I bridge the gap between you and the knowledge only to bring comprehension, right? So if you ask me a question, the only question that you can ask me as a boss in training is to know how I became a boss. So the question would never be, where do I go XYZ? You would ask me, what did you do? What did you do? Simple. What did you do? I can tell you my story of what I did. Those will become your what? Your tools for your own process. So what did I do for my name decree? Is I'll tell you guys again. I'll tell you actually my story of how I went to getting my name decree. I don't know what just happened. Okay, there we go. I can see the comments now. I'll actually tell you the story of how I went to get my name decree. When I started on this path, it was because I was in law school. I had an assignment. I stumbled upon something that took me down a rabbit hole. I didn't finish my assignment on time. I did end up getting the credit for my assignment, but I didn't finish it on time. As I am in the law libraries and I'm in different other libraries, what do I run into? I run into some people. When you start getting certain books, people start talking to you. These particular people, no disrespect to this background, but they were in belief of the Moorish science, right? I got some information from them. I went to a few of their sit downs. And the thing about it was everything that they were saying, not everything was making sense to me. Not everything was sitting well in my spirit. One of the things that they kept telling me to do is that I needed to do a name change. I needed to put Ellen Bay behind my name. I didn't sit well with me. I didn't want that, right? So I went ahead to figure out what are the proper ways that I was going to do this. So that's when I began going further into clarity of understanding how did I get in this position, right? I had to boss up for myself. I didn't have no one that I could ask these questions to. So I had to ask every question to myself. This is why I tell you guys, it starts with asking yourself questions, okay? Those questions, asking and you shall find, right? Seek and you shall find. When you ask yourself questions, what's going to turn around is you're going to be able to extract some answers from somewhere. Doors are going to open unto you and it's going to make sense. So I needed to know, how would I go about? I began learning through acts, treaties, and addresses. This is why I keep telling you guys this. There wasn't no books all over that you guys see right now. There were acts, treaties, and addresses. That's how I got to my place, right? So I wasn't okay with the name decree. I went ahead and went for the Department of State in order to do my non-US citizen national passport, because I understood at that time that that was the only other option that I could choose to not be a citizen. I did not want to be an immigrant because I could get deported, right? I did not want to do any kind of blood work to prove that I was a tribal member. I don't trust them. I wouldn't give them my blood, right? So I didn't want to prove that I was a federally recognized Native American. So the other option was non-US citizen national. That would take me from being considered a citizen. So I went ahead to go for my passport. This is how I end up learning the power that the General Post Office has. I went to the post office for my passport. The actual two representatives that were out the counter, first representative, they brought another one. When I got everything that I had for my paperwork, they said, we don't have clearance to do this passport. In my head, I said, clearance? What the hell? That sounds like some CIA stuff to me, right? When that transpired, they said you can either wait for the postmaster who has clearance, will be back in 2 weeks, or you can do it at the Department of State. I wasn't far from the Department of State. I went to the Department of State to do it. The first person I went to at the desk, they tried to tell me and play me and talk about, well, you were born in New York. That's where I was originally born. You were born in New York, so you are a U.S. citizen. I said, no, I'm not. My paperwork clearly shows that I'm not a U.S. citizen, and that I'm doing my passport as a non-U.S. citizen, right? Went back and forth with me a little while, got the next supervisor. He comes over. He's saying the same thing she was saying. I asked for his supervisor, the head in charge. She knew what I was talking about, but she explained to me, again, remember, this is years ago. So she explained to me that there is no department for this specifically, so it will take a while for upper review, but I will get it back. At that time, it's taken months. When this happened, I got into some shit. What I got into was it wasn't of my own doing, but the problem was is that I had owned a business with people before, 5 years before, and I told them that I saw things going south. We should close the business out. They didn't. They bought me out of the business. They kept it running. About 2-3 years later, they ended up filing bankruptcy. Because when they filed bankruptcy, they didn't file the proper paperwork. They declared me of having a certain amount of income. I end up getting later, while I'm waiting for my passport, I get a letter about me having to go into court for tax evasion. They sent the first letter somewhere else, and then I got the other letter, right? So the first letter was I was supposed to be able to say whether it was going to, whether I agreed or not agreed, but I never got that letter to do it. So I had to go to court for tax evasion. Give me 1 second and I'll be right back, guys.
Man, I'm like on the edge of my seat right now. This
I'm
is getting
telling
good.
you, shit. I'm the same way. I'm like, holy fuck. I'm recording all of this. Shit.
Oh, nice. Well, I get the replay, so I'm gonna chop it up. These lives are so long,
Absolutely.
I can't chop it all up, man. It's crazy.
But a lot of the process she's talking about is in the videos. I'm almost certain she's in the video too.
All right, I'm back. So sorry about that. Once that transpired and I had to go back and forth to court, now I'm trying to figure out how to get out of this. Okay. So what I did was it kept pondering in my head about the name change, because the only way I can finalize this process is on a state level, but I can't find anything else that would take me out of state's jurisdiction except for changing my name. But naturally, because I know trust law, I know that the way that they were telling me is not accurate. I need to express your trust. And when I express it, I need to do the same thing I did for my passport, state my claim, give proof of claim, and then declare the instructions. At this time, I didn't know what a live life claim was. So I started researching as much as I could on what could prove that I was a living woman. That's how I came into understanding the live life claim. You see, every question led me to an answer. So what did I do? I went for the domicile occupancy, the county clerk's office. At that time, you could not just pull it off online. You had to go into that courthouse, right? I got my application. I expressed on the application. I crossed out anywhere that it said person, I crossed out anything that did not apply to being a living, breathing woman. I crossed it out and I put what I wanted there. What I did is at the end of it, the application, there was a box where you could write in, why you were doing this. There's a question that's going to ask you. Every application is different, but mostly every application has a box that you're going to write in why you were doing it. I had a statement in there, but I also listed on that application all of the attaching documents that I was attaching to the application. They asked for a copy of my birth certificate, copy of my ID, copy of my social security card, and that's all I was supposed to give. But I also provided them my letter of explanation, which was my statement of claim, my live life claim, and my declaration, which was the instructions of expression trust. What I then did was the courthouse had legal publication. I put all of it through except for my social security card, birth certificate, and ID for legal publication. I put all of that through for legal publication. 4 weeks later, I had a hearing. Judge asked me 3 different times. Again, they do things in threes. Pay attention. She tried to ask me 3 different times. So I'm getting this correct. You're not changing your name. Yes, ma'am, I'm changing the way the position of my name is. But you're not actually changing your name. I am changing my name the way that the position is. I do not want to be married to the Enslegius. I want my name changed to declare that I am legally separated from it and recognized in all agencies as being a non-U.S. citizen. I do not want to be married. I need to show that I have legal separation from the Enslegius. Okay? That is how I did my status correction. That's just the status correction part. There's a whole lot more. It doesn't stop at status correction. There's things that you do before, and there's a whole lot more that you do after. But that is the status correction. That was my process. Okay? Someone else's process might be different. Like I always tell people, and by the way, once I got my name decree, I was able to take that to the IRS court. And I showed y'all how not to play with the IRS because the IRS has its own court, not Northern or Southern federal court. The IRS has its own court, okay? So when I went to IRS court and I put in my paperwork, that immediately dismissed my case with prejudice. That means I can never be tried for it again. You see?
Yes, ma'am.
So I tell you guys what I tell you because I know. When you guys are on my lives, you see paperwork that discloses particulars to you because it's real. So instead of chasing all these things that are wasting your time, get out of the office of person. Correct your status. Because you're not going to worry about half of the stuff that you do. And I'll tell you, Lee, you talked about private banking. I'm only on a private banking side with my estate. Only.
Yeah, I got rid of all of my public accounts and only have my business and revocable trust account.
Yeah, that's exciting. I'm supposed to talk to the private banker tomorrow. I guess I'm in a team meeting or something with them, but that's exciting.
That's it. And here's the thing. Like one of my main banks is JP Morgan and Chase private side. You would be surprised at the difference of how they treat you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when you're on the private side. Merrill Lynch is the private side of Bank of America. I'm with them too. Because they work for me, not the opposite way around. You see?
Yeah,
This is the status that you get. So when you chasing all those other little processes, those bills of exchange and all of those different things, when you're chasing those things in particular, I'm gonna give y'all I'm gonna put you on game. What is bills of exchange? International bills of exchange. Am I correct? Yes or no? Do you guys know? A negotiable instrument is it is a negotiable instrument, but it's an international bill of exchange. Am I correct? Right. Look at the word. It says international. International. You ready for that kind of heat? Are you ready for that kind of heat? Because what jurisdiction do you have over there?
None.
You have none. That's some serious heat.
That's some next level shit.
Exactly. You see? This is why you guys slow it down and actually gain the clarity. Because the International Bill of Exchange pulls from the international securities. You have no jurisdiction. But guess what they can do to you? Guess what they can do? Put you in prison. Yeah. So those companies that aren't accepting them, they can actually forward them, and they're actually being instructed to forward them. They're actually being instructed. Trust me when I tell you. One of the biggest things, exactly. That's exactly what it be. One of the biggest things when you get into the status that you are, you're going to make connections with particular people because you're always going to want inside information. Most of y'all don't even realize that y'all got boxes being built on y'all. Boxes. There you go. Boxes. Boxes of evidence being built against y'all. I promise y'all
You
that.
don't even know it.
And don't have no
Doing
clue.
what though? I ain't doing nothing.
I did the
Box.
bill of exchange once and then never did it again
I'm telling y'all.
because it didn't work. So I was like, "Yep, scratch that off the list."
Boxes. This is why I need to slow down. And really, I get it. You're angry. You know this. You want to take action. But there are right and wrong ways. Right? You ever heard that saying, don't go into a fight half-cocked? That's what a lot of you guys are doing. No disrespect. It's all love.
You
But
gotta
you
stay
got to
calm.
slow down because your emotions are what is doing what? It's driving you, not logic. And this is all business. It's fictional. There are no emotions in business. A declaration of nationality. Rephrase your question for me, Beyond. I would never call you any name, all the names in the book. Not my character, Sweet Pea. Why do you want them to suffer? That's an emotion, right? I'm gonna tell you something you're not gonna like. And actually, I gotta go after this though. But I'm gonna tell you something you're not gonna like. It's not the government you should be mad at. It's our ancestors who didn't pass down the knowledge to us. They didn't go into something unknowingly. They never told us why, or told the generation after them why the republic went from a republic to and a state, right? That's the situation. So it doesn't matter what the color of your skin is. You know, if you say, well, I'm black, you know, they barely knew anything. You think they didn't have land? Because guess what? In order for them to get access to a birth certificate and social security card, they gave up something for it. They were in a place of desperation and they were told that they were getting relief, and they did. I have proof of this. My grandmother, I'll give you guys a backstory. So some years ago, my grandmother's with me, and I said to her, you know, I understood the credit game, right? So I said to her, I said, well, Grandma, won't we try to get you credit? I'll be authorized user on your account. You know, you'll be an authorized user on my account, excuse me, and I'll put the AU on your credit report, get your credit score up, because I'm thinking my grandmother got zero credit, never had credit in her life, right? Turn around, and I told her to, you know, I was going to do this, and that way she can turn around and she can use her money freely on the credit and then pay minimal payments. You know, she's getting older, she's up there, okay? I go to get her a card and she gets a $10,000 limit. I said, how in the hell is that possible? I had to build credit. This doesn't make sense. I go and apply another one. She gets a $25,000 limit. How the hell is this possible? I pull her credit. This is a time where credit, is to show you some time how long ago it was, right? This is when it was FICO 2, 3, and 5, right? So credit scores went up to 950. My grandmother's credit score was 947. And it only was at 947 because I had pulled it 3 times. So that was one point down due to the inquiries. You see? You understand? Credit scores. Not showing we don't have an account on file for you. That's because it was unlimited credits. My grandmother was also one of the people who went to the transferring of the gold, the silver, the land into the birth certificate and social security card. You get where I'm going with that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So in reality, this is a lesson that if you don't pass the knowledge over, which is the real wealth transfer, it dies with you. Eternal life means legacy estate planning.
So you need the will with the the other thing, the will and the what's called together, the revocable trust, living revocable trust.
Well, a living revocable trust doesn't do you anything. You should never have assets in it. It's revocable.
No, I'm talking
right?
about, but you want those together.
A will, a revocable trust and a will is synonymous, right? Almost the same. The only difference is one becomes a trust and a will is just a decree, right? So it's a declaration. They're synonymous though. So in essence, you should never have assets in any of those things because they're not protected. Your assets should be in an irrevocable trust and an asset protected state with a spendthrift clause that keeps it from levies, seizures, and anything else from creditors and the government, right? There's only 11 asset protected states. All trusts are not created equal. You see?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's the whole thing. So when you register that trust in an asset protected state and you have your certificate of trust and outline what the trust is for, there should be a spendthrift clause, right? That's just the same as, like I said, you get mad. You are going into an implied trust and you mad at the trustees for taking benefit because you haven't claimed yourself. Make that make sense for yourself. You see?
Mm-hmm.
You got to make it make sense for yourself. How are you going to get mad for something you haven't performed? You see how it starts smoothing out a little bit? You haven't performed, but you're mad at their performance. That's like having the ability to have the starting role and the largest play and you decide that you're not going to do it, you're going to sit in the audience and just watch, but you're mad at everybody else on the stage. See where I'm going with that?
Mm-hmm.
We got to correct our perspective and our thinking. You have not expressed trust. You have not claimed your estate. You have not declared your status properly. It's time we get up and we start the performance, because we are always the star, always the leading role. That's the power that we have. You just don't know you have that power. Let me give you guys an example. You get a car, right? They repo your car because you're not making payments. Why did they repo your car? Tell me.
Because you were still under contract.
No, you weren't in a contract at all.
When you bought it?
You were in a contract with the dealership. You're never in a contract with a financial institution. You can't be, right?
Well, wouldn't that be what, and I say this in quotes, what would have loaned us the money?
Well, the bank.
Well, that's the thing. Consideration is the main factor that constitutes a contract, right? So you're in a contract with the dealership, but not in a contract with a financial institution. You can never be. There you go, because you gave them permission, not commission, excuse me. You authorized it. You volunteered it, right? You volunteered it. You gave them power of attorney to act on your behalf. You did not declare yourself as the beneficiary, but instead the surety, the one responsible to pay the debt. And then they listed the financial institution as the beneficiary and their indentured trustee as a trustee. You never revoked power of attorney. You never expressed trust. You never challenged them telling you that you were in a contract, right? You gave them that information. You see? You gave that to them. You don't realize how much power you hold. You give it these things voluntarily every single time. You go, you open up a bank account and they ask you, you're a U.S. citizen. What do you say? Yes, I am. So everywhere you turn around, you telling people that you are the enemy of the state. You see? Get my point? That's your power. That is your power. That is your power. Right, Danny? That's the thing. You can purchase a car however you want to. You can purchase a car however you want to. You can revoke your power of attorney however you want to.
Power of attorney is the 2848, right?
No, that's an IRS power of attorney of you becoming a power of attorney over the enslages, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's becoming power of attorney. That's for a taxpayer situation. But you cannot be a power of attorney of your own enslages unless you have legally separated you from the enslages, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good job, Rusty. Start from the beginning. Start from the beginning. Acts, treaties, right? Addresses. You have to know thyself. Before you make any move, you have to know who you are. And you're only going to know who you are by knowing who you are not. And you're going to know who you are not and who they're calling you by knowing the context, which is the history. Stay in the history first. In the history first. Know thyself. Learn the history. The next thing you're going to learn is trust. Everything is trust. You need to understand their foundation. Everything is trust. You have to understand at least the starting fundamentals. Trust. Okay? Trust. There you go, George. The last is infrastructure. How is their infrastructure built? Hey, Neek. What are you doing up? I guess we all can't sleep today, huh?
Oh, this is like one of those bedtime stories that don't end. Everybody's just sitting up listening.
Lamb chop, right? This is the song that doesn't end. But that's going to be your first 3 steps. Because once you know all of that, you are going to know exactly what you need to do for your process, right? No one can tell you what your process is but you. That's it. I can tell you my process all day long. I can tell you why I did every single thing that I did. I can tell you the history that brought me, the exact parts of history that brought me to the place of why I did what I did. This is why, if you ask me a question, I can't tell you what you should do. I'm not your master. I don't desire to have that type of power over you. And you shouldn't want to give your power away so freely. You shouldn't want to give it away at all. You should remember the God in you. That's what's going to be important for you. Don't follow nobody else's process. That's their process because whatever situation they were in, that's what they did for themselves in that moment. Spirit, because Spirit woke me up too. So Spirit woke me up too, Neek. I was sitting there and I couldn't go to sleep. And I couldn't figure out why I couldn't go to sleep. And then I came back on and I saw they were on. Over 17 years ago. I completed my process over 17 years ago. I started my journey over 20 years ago. It is. It's got to be deep in your spirit. It's got to be. And remember, give yourself grace. You're going to go through a grieving process. You're going to be upset. You're going to be in denial. You're going to go through the stages of grief because why? The old you is dying off. The jaded you is dying off. The feeding into illusion you is dying off. There is death that is taking place. So give yourself grief to go through the emotions first, then start. That old you is gone. It's leaving. That's a grieving, that's the biggest grieving process you have. But you eventually have to come up out of her. Always my humble pleasure. There you go, Nick. That's the most important thing. No regurgitation. Know why you are doing everything that you do. Know why. Somebody tells you to do something, ask them. If a person cannot tell you the history and why, run. All that person is doing is still delusional and the illusion that money is real. They selling you a bag and a dream. If they can't tell you the history and why to do that, and they're just telling you what to do, all that person is becoming is your emancipation. Anything before the 1900s, emancipation meant from being traded from one slave owner to the next, one slave owner's hand to the next. So if all they can do is tell you what you should do, that's control. That's going to be a basis on you, Maria. Only you know how long it's going to take you. Everybody's different, right?
Yep, everybody's journey is going to be different in some way, shape, or form.
That's it. And I'll tell you even further, it never stops. You never stop learning. The teacher always remains the student. There are things that you can continue to learn long after you complete what you got to complete. Yep, that's it. That's exactly what they do. Passport won't show it. Your passport will not show. It's going to be your passport application that is going to show it. Matter of fact, I'm not sending you off the live. Go to my page real quick. If you go to my page, go to not the pen video, but the last video I posted. You're going to see what a passport of a non-US citizen application looks like. You're also going to see how amazing they talk to the individual saying, "We are so sorry for the delay." At what point do you know any agency that gave you that kind of respect? Because you put respect on your name. You see? You put respect on your name. Go ahead.
I'm just curious. How do you not have, like, let's say, 1 million followers?
So here's what happens. This is my third account. Two things. One, I don't like restrictions. So I'm only on here for a couple of months. Tanika will tell you guys, I will be here and I will be gone. Okay? Because I don't like restrictions. That's one. Two, first accounts all got taken away. YouTube taken away. Why? Because they take away things when it's speaking the truth.
Right.
So if people are telling you and their accounts is still up telling you how to do a process, I'm telling you right now, the process is wrong. I promise you. I might have Telegram. I don't know. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you I do. I might still have it. I don't have it on my phone or anything, but I might still have an account. Okay? So if you are giving an actual process that works, it will be banned. If I show y'all, if I do an inside screen of when I show people processes, they ban those videos. Those videos are not up for you guys. That's it. I take in the people I'm linked to.
But you can share those on Telegram.
Yeah, but y'all do know Telegram is ran by the feds, right?
Yeah, I do.
So they want you to share there so that they can see who's doing what.
But they're watching us everywhere. I mean,
Exactly.
they're watching us right now.
I do have a Patreon membership. It's definitely not for everyone. Am I single? I would never tell. Of course, they never want that. But that's where your unity comes in. Get rid of the idea that there's money. Half of the things y'all chasing, y'all won't chase if y'all get the idea of money out your head. I promise you. I promise you. That is true. People do sit in silence and gather half the information. I do have a link tree. It's 135. Of course, she's single. Yeah, I have some huge assumptions. It's cute, though. Let me see. Yep, you would still be able to drive a semi. What you would do if you have a CDLs, and I like that question because I get that question in my classes a lot. What you would be doing that time is you would not be rescinding like you would after you have all your paperwork in order. Instead, you will be actually giving them and putting them on notice, and they would correct your commercial driver's license. But remember, when you are driving that semi, you are operating in commerce. So you're still operating in that time for commerce under the jurisdiction of that driver's license. But when you are in your automobile, you will be operating with your passport ID. You will not have your commercial driver's license on you. You will have your passport ID. If they should stop you for whatever reason, you're going to give them the passport ID. You see, let me tell you, I know when people got real stuff, they don't sit there and be combative. You're a smooth operator at that point. There's no need to be combative. You stop me. When you stop me, you're going to get it. The moment that you get it, you're going to come back, give it to me, and tell me, have a nice day. Why do you need to do anything more?
And the computer's going to tell them to leave you the fuck alone.
That's exactly what's going to happen. There isn't anything that stops you. You have more freedom. You're not stopped to do anything. You have more freedom. That's always. Always remain in proper honor. That's it.
You always have to stay in honor. I do remember that.
Right? So if you guys are speeding, what do you think is going to happen if you haven't cleared, claimed your status and corrected it, but you driving around without a license? I want you guys to think about that for a second. That's a never dying ending system. Get out of it. You don't have to stay in it. Come up out of her. Then you won't have those problems. That's it. Take the ticket. You did it, right? You're good. Now, what I do suggest is that before you rescind your driver's license, because if you plan on doing things where you have to rent a car, get an international driver's license first that does not have your address on it, right? Get an international driver's license. You don't have to use that unless you're going to rent a car. That's just for the purpose of renting a car. Of course, if you in war, you can get some respect, but the only way to get us out of bankruptcy is to be able to actually use U.S. postal money orders. Only thing backed by gold along with the stamps. They sure do. Conspiracy facts, they sure do. That's fine. You need to rescind it in other states. Congratulations, you're going to love it, because when they ban TikTok, that's where I'll be going live, is on my Patreon. Because I have no restrictions.
I'll have to follow you there. Jeez. This info is just too cold-blooded.
Patreon and my Patreon. So there is a membership for my Patreon, simply because of the fact that that's where you're going to get all literature, short videos that are going to bridge the gap of understanding and comprehension. However, when I wasn't going to be doing lives in there, but if they ban TikTok, that is where I'm going to do lives, simply because of the fact that I'm not limited, right? And so what I love about Patreon is the lives can be recorded. They're recorded and they can be left in there as well. So if it's a time, because I do lives by spirit, right? I'm led by spirit. So just like I got on tonight, that was led by spirit. So if spirit leads me, and let's say, for instance, those that are sleeping, if they missed this live, it would have been up there and they would have got an email when it got stored in there, right? And so that's what I like, but it is a membership.
How much is your membership?
$44.
Oh, I'm in. I'm sold.
Yeah, it's just $44.
Yep, I'm in. I'm joining tomorrow. I'll have to download that app.
Yep, Patreon is real good. Patreon closed down accounts that are at not accounts that you think. They're closing down accounts. Patreon is one of the best apps to be on. they close down accounts that give a lot of fraudulent information. I've had my Patreon account for a long time, and I've never had any issues with this is my second Patreon account. My other one is still up too, but I've never had any issues with restrictions. Never. It is. The link is in my bio. It says Patreon. It's under Linktree. Can the status or CDL be corrected after a ticket has been issued? Rephrase your question, moving minds for me, so I can make sure I comprehend it correctly. I don't know, Lisa. You have to tell me. Those of you who are not used to my education, remember, you got to ask me a question pertaining to me, not what you should do. You got to break yourself from a slave mentality.
You got to post that on the screen when you come on so everybody knows.
Yeah. And that's for sure. Patreon, I think it's Menzel_financial. I think. But the link is right in my bio. You go click me, go right to my bio, go to Linktree. It'll say Patreon. Charging for stuff that don't work is very crazy. You are absolutely correct. Charging for stuff that don't work is absolutely crazy. I guess you'll never charge for your thoughts. Let's see, why did they send the IRS bill to collection agency? Oh, are you asking me that question? Child, we don't give the energy like that to those type of people. So are you asking me why did they send my IRS bill to a collection agency? Is that what you're asking? Yeah, you never give that energy to that. Is that what you're asking me? Oh, so why would they send your IRS bill to a collection agency? I don't know. You have to find out. Remember, I don't answer questions that would pertain to you, only what pertains to me. Same process if you're a naturalized citizen. Only thing is it'll be done in a different way. You would have to go, most of yours would be done through the courts. Good answer. Good question. Would I register my newborn baby with a birth certificate? Of course. Why wouldn't I make my baby a trust fund baby? No, I don't pay taxes. Repeat. So the Patreon $44 membership includes all the information, and the $18.61 a month is for how long? I don't have anything that's for $18.61 a month, so I don't know what you're talking about. $44 a month is the Patreon. My classes aren't $18.61. What I said about the postal money orders is that's the only way to be able to set off America's debt. It's the only thing backed by gold. Correct, Mark. Bosses don't pay taxes. Once you corrected your status, you've taken your place out of being the taxpayer. You sure can. You can work. You said I have X amount of members and it totals $1,800 a month. Oh yeah, that's total and how many members are in there. Did I revoke my power of attorney, then study history and status correction? No, I did not. I didn't make a move until you can still have a firearm. I got plenty of them. Because again, the Bible is what upholds the living man and woman. The Constitution is what upholds your rights. I have a right to bear arms, and I do so with no problem. So I don't implement anything in my life until I've done as much thorough research as I can. There were some things that I did not thorough research, like birth certificate authentication when I did it. I was completely oblivious to anything that dealt with birth certificate authentication. So again, like I told you guys, I'm from New York. So I went to the Vital Records on Canal Street. I'm in a long line in there for a couple of hours, standing in a line. Get to the window, ordered my 2 birth certificates and told them I want to authenticate them. The lady at the counter says to me, what is your reason for authenticating? I said, because it's mine and I want to authenticate it. So she looked at me and she said, okay, but what is your reason for authenticating them? And I'm looking at her like she's crazy. And she's like, I need the reason that you're authenticating them. And I asked for an application to take it back. At that point, I authenticated my birth certificate. I didn't understand that a reason needed to be there because the purpose that they actually authenticate the birth certificate is because you will need it in an outside country, right? So it's authenticated if it is a non-Hague, and it's epistoled if it is a Hague. What's the difference between non-Hague and Hague? I had no clue at that time. It was because I did that through trial and error was I able to educate myself on how to properly authenticate my birth certificate. So that is what taught me about the authenticating process, but that didn't tell me why I was authenticating it. So when I realized I didn't know the actual history along with how, that's when I began researching that. No, you can't just say it's for traveling, because if you're traveling to another country, your passport is suitable. It has to be for something that you're doing that requires you actually needing an authenticated birth certificate. So at that time, I put that I was getting married. They went a little bit more than legal purposes most time. Color of bond paper, because it's a bond. You need to be a U.S. citizen to gain a clearance. So if I'm not a U.S. citizen, how can I gain clearance? Gain clearance to what? You're making a statement. Remember, slaves make statements. Bosses in trainings ask questions of how would I do, right? So what is your question? Rephrase it. My pleasure. If I had a CDL with no status correction and got taken to jail falsely, what would be my first step? Correcting my status. Learning everything about why I'm in there, what happened, what is the case. Again, as a citizen, you're always going to be guilty until proven innocent. Nope. There's a guy that's on here named Ampu. He was looking to serve almost a 20-year life sentence. That is how he got himself out of jail. Was his name decree. And he got himself out of jail in 6 years. Acts, treaties, and addresses. then you would be not considered naturalized, and yes, you can. Because they are completely incompetent in words of the state. UCCs are for services and goods. They have no actions of services and goods. That's for the inmate question. You can write questions in there. You wouldn't be able to communicate with me directly. I'll comment with you. You can write questions in a Patreon account. Rusty clearances on what? You're not being specific with your question. My humble pleasure. Minnesota assumed name is not status correction. Minnesota assumed name is how you operate in business. Stop. It can stop. It can stop a federal investigation if you have corrected your status. My Patreon is not like a Zoom class. My Patreon is a series, not a class. Class is something completely different. I'll talk about leveraging credit on Sunday. Would you want SSI disability? Or would you want access to unlimited credits? That's a question for you. Always my pleasure. If you have a consultation and you prefer for it to be in a Zoom, then yes. Yes, you want them to correct their own. When you do your decree and your declaration, you can put them under your tutelage for that purpose. Let's see. Would I be here on Sunday? Yep, on TikTok. I'll be on my page at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's a part of your correcting of status. Is your name decree. That's at state level. No, your social security number does not lock. Correct, I do. And let me explain something to you. Just because you have unlimited doesn't mean you have unlimited access. So I don't want to give you false information. Okay? You still have to show to your trustee as the beneficiary what you are doing, what your plans of doing are to gain access to what you need access to. So the trustee is still in control of that factor, right? They act on behalf and the best interest of the beneficiary. So keep that in mind. No, it will not force you out of a job. Not at all. I do not have status correction on Patreon. Incorrect. That's an open forum. Status correction is private. So to get to that part, you have to send an email. My pleasure. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you changed it 45 years ago. All of the public servants become trustees. Anytime you give someone a Form 56, you are declaring them as such. All banking institutions. Whoever becomes my banker becomes my trustee. Stars on a passport is to give you your level of terrorism. I don't know, Dan. You tell me. info@menzelfinancial. info@menzelfinancial.com. Email. Each level, each star on the passport indicates the level that they consider you to, how violent, how terroristic they consider you to be. That's what that means. If you contact them, they'll tell you. They'll tell you exactly what that means. You need that name decree first if you have a warrant or any kind of legality situation. You're going to need to renew your driver's license until you complete your status. Remember, those things are still a necessity in the process of what? Correcting your status. You heard right, Roll Tide. So most people think that 5-star means that you are on the do not detain list, and it's completely opposite. 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I'm actually getting ready. You guys got 2 more minutes before I jump off. 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You got it, Floyd. You said when did they? They put it on a ID card, and they put it on some passports. I'll talk about it again on Sunday, because I went over here a few different times for you guys. Right, you went the lower. info@Menzel Financial is how you can book your consultation. Whatever you do, please do not DM me. Please do not DM me. I do not respond to DMs, so please do not DM me. I'm not saying that to be disrespectful. I get hundreds of thousands of DMs. Please do not DM me. That is no exaggeration. I have hundreds of DMs. I cannot get through them, so please don't DM me. If you want access to me, you do have to sign an NDA and legal disclaimer. So you will send an email. You guys can put it in the comments. It's info@menzelfinancial.com. Right? info@menzelfinancial.com. Just sign a legal disclaimer and an NDA. Why do I have a legal disclaimer and an NDA? It's simple. Very simple. I do not deal with agents or slaves. So it rules people out. Protects you and protects me. M as in Mary, A as in Apple. Excuse me, I'm tired now. M as in Mary, A as in Apple, N as in Nancy, Z as in Zebra, E as in Edward, L as in Larry. Financial.com. Lead us, because on your passport card, they consider you a terrorist. They may probably labeled you as a paper terrorist, because that's what they call y'all. Right? If you go to my bio, it says email there too. Just copy that email that's in my bio, because for some reason when you send an email from TikTok, it doesn't automatically send you an automatic response. I don't know why. So where it says email, when you click it, copy that email and paste it into your own email. That's it. Yep, always for educational purposes. Right? I have a diplomatic passport. I think my Patreon account is Menzel_financial. You can access it right there in the link in my bio and Linktree. You'll see it say Patreon. They count how much they consider you to be a terrorist. I got a diplomatic passport after having an NGO for 18 months. NGO is a non-governmental organization in another country. That's it. 4 and above is a paper terrorist. I told you. I'm telling y'all, it's your classification for terrorism. Yeah, don't believe me. I told you, don't believe a word that I say. No. Research everything that I tell you. I promise you. I promise you. As they consider you a paper terrorist. Yes. So you got to have a non-governmental organization in another country for 18 months. And then it can cost you anywhere from $25,000 to $60,000 to get your diplomatic passport. Right? At 3, they still consider you a terrorist, but your level is just lower. You are more high risk at 4 and 5. Lee said, oh, well. Yeah. That's it. That's what it really dictates for you guys. The amount of information that you're sending with frivolous paperwork. That's the truth. Right? All right, y'all. I hope you all having a good night. So I'm out of here. I don't know if the live is ending, but I'm out of here. And I won't be back on anybody's lives until I come on mine on Sunday. So Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Have a good night.